1, 2, there we go. We're in. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast. Sorry for the technical difficulties to get us started with there. I'm your host, I'm Mr. Vegas. I'm joined as always by my wonderful co-host, Mr. Fatman T.
Hello.
And we're going to start things off good and proper with a good old-fashioned, traditional, a can crack. Oh, look at that. The beautiful sound of a John Smith's opening because Mr. Vegas is having a pint. Oh, aye.
Welcome to today's show, my friends. On this somber, interesting day of when the downfall of a president seems interesting, but even more interesting when they lose their goddamn mind.
Well, speaking of presidents having downfalls and losing their goddamn minds, before we get into the fucking swing of things. Also, yes, I want a medal for that beautiful sound I just made. I've been practicing that sound for 6 months. That was the first good one I've ever done. I'm slightly impressed with myself. But speaking of presidents and downfalls and shit, right? I've been playing a video game recently.
Yeah, which one?
I've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, because the second one came out recently. I believe it was last week it came out.
Well, last month.
Either way, it was recently it came out, so I went back and I've started playing the first one again. Because I never finished the first one, I got halfway through and died a lot. Because I was playing on hardcore mode and because I hated myself at the time.
Apparently so.
Yeah. So, I've gone back and started playing it. And do you know much about the lore of the game Kingdom Come Deliverance and what it's about?
I know it's essentially a medieval simulator.
Essentially, yes. I'll give you the cliff notes, right? So you're a cunt, right? And your name is Henry, right? And you live in a village called Skalitz, right? In vaguely the HRE. I believe somewhere vaguely in modern day Poland, right? Because you're near a place called the Rataj, which I'm given to understand is a real place and still exists and is in vaguely Poland.
Yes.
So, you're from Skalitz, right? And the king, Wenceslas IV, is fucking worthless, right? Dog shit guy, right?
As most kings were at the time.
Oh, this even by king standards, this guy's dog shit, right? Missed his own coronation because he was too busy whoring and drinking, kind of useless.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, genuine historical fact, by the way, that the game points out. It's one of those games, right?
How about Germany then?
Yeah, because it's the Holy Roman Empire, but you're in like modern day Poland, which was part of.
No, it would be Germany actually. With Germany. Because actually I now know which king you're on about.
Yeah, Wenceslas IV, the king of the Holy Roman Empire. Technically the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, but
yeah. Oh, technically make it Germany rather than Poland at the point.
Yeah, like it's modern day Poland, where like the bit exactly you start the game in is technically part of today's Poland, but at the time was part of the HRE, making it technically Germany. Because borders are a bitch, basically. So
They move.
So the king's brother-in-law, right? He gets asked by a couple of the lords and the ladies of the land. Sort that went out, right? So King Sigismund of Hungary, he's called. He rocks up and he kidnaps the king.
Ah, lovely.
Right? And then proceeds to, and I quote, rape and pillage his way across the countryside of the HRE. Namely, your village, Skalitz. Right? And your dad, who's a blacksmith who, spoilers, isn't really your dad, him and your mother, they die. Right? So you get sent to a different village to let them know, oi, some cunts are coming with swords and shit, right? Very good fun. Essentially, this is a long-winded way of saying I've been having a very wonderful time in wandering around the HRE with a saber I stole from a Cuban I murdered. Not Cuban, Cuman, sorry. Who I murdered, which I'm given to understand the Cumans are ostensibly the Turkish.
Yes. Well...
Because I did my head in for about 4 hours trying to figure out where Cumania might be. Gave up, googled it, and it's roughly Turkey-ish. So we're gonna go with they're vaguely Turkish.
More Georgia and Yemen.
They're vaguely Turkish.
What's weird is they're non-Muslim, which is...
Yes.
I know it does not make sense to anybody who hears that sentence, but essentially they were a Jewish version of Muslim.
Yes.
Which is very weird and odd, and a sense I never thought I'd ever hear myself say it.
To be fair, weirdly, kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
when you think about the time period, it makes absolute perfect sense. But
yeah, because they were working for King Sigismund. The game is like painfully historically accurate. Like, it is painful. Like, it's at the level of historical accuracy because I checked, right? Like, a lot of the sabers you steal from the Cuman mercenaries don't have proper handles. They have lever wraps.
Yes.
And don't have scabbards. They have a little loop on your belt that they hang off of.
Yeah, that's what gets me with the look at like medieval, like say we're doing a buy like a medieval replica sword.
Mm-hmm.
Everything always comes with scabbards. Like,
No.
that was only if you had fucking moolah
Yeah.
and a lot of it.
Which, to be fair, if you're a Cuman mercenary working for the King of Hungary, you probably have some money, but not scabbard money.
Yeah, scabbards were a luxury.
Yeah. But I've been having a bit of fun. Like, it's like before I came down, right? I was doing a mission, right? There was a horse farm. Emphasis on was a horse farm, right? Horse farm set on fire. Horses murdered. My job, figure out what the fuck happened here, right? So I go about, I'm asking the cunts, what the fucking happened here, right? Fucking. So I get led in a wee goose chase, right, out into the forest, right? I go report to the captain of the guard. This is an important detail. Report to the captain of the guard. I'm like, right, cunts have set the forest. So he sends me and another guy out into the forest to go have a fucking nosy, right? We go have a nosy. We find some blood trails. We follow the blood trails. We find a dead guy and a not so dead guy, right? So we murdered a not so dead guy, right? Because he came at me with a sword, right? He was armed and dangerous, right? Coming right for me, so I stabbed him in the head with a saber.
See,
right?
we have what the Kingdom Deliverance because I've watched videos of it.
Mm-hmm.
The way I describe it is Kingdom Deliverance is basically D&D if history nerds played it.
Yes. Yes, 100% yes. Yes.
You know, everything's painfully hit. It's like, I want to buy magic. No, there's no magic.
You have to eat. You have to drink.
Yeah.
You have to sleep. You have to wash your clothes. You have to wash yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because it like say you rock up to like say you've got a mission, you got to go into the castle to talk to like a lord about something, right? And you rock up with like fucking massive cuts in your armor covered in shit. The guards won't let you in to talk to them.
Yeah, reason why we had funny. I'm going to show the news about Kingdom Deliverance. This new one anyway. Right, it's turned to a bit of a meme factory.
It has, yes.
Right, have you heard of Let Me Solo Her?
Yes.
The Elder Scrolls guy who wears a pot in his head, underpants,
Yes.
and purposely solos the hardest boss of the damn game.
Yes.
Well, he's actually in
He is, yes.
the new Kingdom Deliverance as a corpse, but he's in it.
Do you know who else is in? Not just the new one, but also the first one as a guest star, literally in the credits as a celebrity guest star.
Who's that?
Brian motherfucking Blessed.
I can imagine that, yeah. He's in a lot of medieval games, oddly enough. Because he's in The Witcher as well.
See, now the thing is, right, is on its own a standard detail, right?
Yeah.
First Kingdom Come Deliverance game was like the studio's third title ever. Their first one to ever get any real notoriety behind it. And they still got Brian Blessed in. And also have Brian Blessed's in the first game for about an hour. About an hour's worth of gameplay, and he plays a scientist. Well, the medieval based on alchemist.
Yeah.
And
Probably
he spends the entire time just shouting medieval science facts at you.
Right, Brian Brett's got a policy, which is a weird one. Right? He says, it doesn't matter how much money you've got. Right? If A, you can find where I'm at, and B, have the balls to walk up to me and ask me to my face, you want me to do something?
Yes.
I would do it.
Yes.
You know, people don't realize that, and he's like, because he's in a lot of game titles.
He is.
Because the nerds had the balls walking away. Do you want to voice this character?
Excuse me, Mr. Blessed, would you mind shouting into this microphone for 2 hours? I'll hand you 20 bob. Like, you don't give a fuck.
Certainly, son.
It's still weird. It's still really weird.
Yeah, I
Especially to have someone like Brian Blessed and use them for an hour.
Especially, it's surprising how many games he actually is in.
Still, like all I'm saying, right? If I was gonna make a video game and I talked Brian Blessed into being in it,
Yeah.
he would be playing a major character. He would be start to finish of the game the whole way through. He wouldn't be a random cunt that turns up like fucking 18 hours in for a bit. He'd be there for the whole thing. It's odd. It's strange. It doesn't make sense.
He's come back, folks. Don't worry. I hope. He's doing something in the kitchen. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Ah. Blah, blah, blah.
There you are. Sorry, I was adding some fruits and vegetables to my mixed chicken.
Nah. Berries, actually, technically. Berries.
No. Yes, but when you tell people sweet corn is a berry, they look at you like you're a fucking heathen, so...
So is peas.
Same issue.
Yeah.
Normally when you mention that to people, they look at you like you're some kind of a heathen. So.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. As a chef, nothing makes me more joy when I say, "Oh, I've got some fruits for you," and hand a child a tomato and watch their face, try and think what the fuck is going on. It's beautiful.
Do you know the one that I like, both as a chef and just as a nerd? Pointing out that blueberries are purple because it fucks with people
Yes.
for like so long.
Yeah, it's,
I've had people have like 2-week long mental breakdowns over the fact blueberries are fucking purple when I've pointed it out to them.
yeah, it's. I mean, there's only one truly blue food out there. There's a potato called the blue potato.
Yes. And
don't-
even then, I argue it isn't technically blue.
No, it is. It's technically cyan blue.
I disagree sincerely.
The problem is, those scientists, it's an actually grown potato. It wasn't like a weird variety we made ourselves. It's an actually grown one. But scientists cannot figure out why the fuck it's blue. Because blue is not colour that occurs naturally in nature.
Be like capsaicin or some shit, mate.
You know?
Speaking of capsaicin, I heard a fact about capsaicin recently. You know the chemical in spicy food that makes it spicy?
I mean, capsaicin.
That's the one, the capsaicin, right? Is it true that shit only works on mammals?
Yes.
Huh. I heard it in like a random YouTube short as like part of a joke, and I wasn't sure if it was true or not.
Yes. Because they're the only ones that technically have pain sensors in our tongues. Because the heat feeling you get isn't actually heat, it's pain. It's a trick in the brain for pain response. And that. We also, it's one of those weird things is, the whole point of it was like to keep us away from the fruit.
Yeah.
And like, you got to pull chili plants like, keep away you bastards, I'm spicy. Ooh, spicy. Eat, great, get hotter. Chili idea. Mission failed.
Because it's also like, I'm given to understand it works on birds. And it works effectively on birds, because that's why peppers first developed capsaicin. Was to get rid of birds trying to eat the berries and shit.
No, you want birds to eat it.
Huh?
They want the birds to eat it.
Do they?
Yeah, because birds shit up the seeds and spread across the land.
Huh, yeah, okay, fair point.
But mammals don't. Mammals tend to... In general, mammals don't usually defecate over a wide area like a bird does.
Yeah, fair.
It's very locally contained, so it's not very good for plant-wise to be done that way. It's like acorns technically put out chemical response to attract squirrels to its nuts. Because the tree knows somehow that those crack addict little fuckers will forget where they buried 90% of the shit they buried.
Is that why acorns make like okay coffee?
Yes.
Because there's like a chemical in it that attracts squirrels and therefore makes it taste of like hazelnut or some shit.
Yeah, actually, acorn, if you cook it right, and grind it, it makes a very good flour for noodles. It's a bit thick and grainy, some people say, but if you want like a good thick noodle, it holds its flavour quite well and holds the sauce on quite well.
I feel like it'd probably make like a good flour for like a cake or something. I feel like you could make like a good acorn cake.
It's too heavy for that.
There's no such thing.
If you make a dump cake like an old one cake that we generally do, then yes. You have to try to make like proper gâteau or something like that. Nah, it's just
I feel like a sponge or something, or like a sticky toffee. It'd be fine.
sticky toffee, yes. Actual like Victoria sponge, no, it's too heavy.
Yeah. How do I make sticky toffee pudding? Is you make a Victoria sponge, but instead of putting sugar in it, you put honey in it.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You're missing you're missing the dates. For starters.
They're A, optional, and B, implied.
No.
Yeah.
No, figs, dates are not optional in the cigarette pudding.
They absolutely are.
They're absolutely not.
They are. Because, like, what if, right? What if you've got a cunt what's allergic to dates? You make him a sticky toffee pudding, and you skip the fucking dates, don't you?
Oddly enough,
If you're about to tell me there's no cunt allergic to dates, that's not the point of my argument.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's one of those. Dates is one of those foods which I think it's like about 4 people on the entire planet are allergic to.
Well, because there's like fucking, I think there's like 3% of cunts are allergic to grapes, and dates are just fucked up grapes. So.
No, dates aren't. Dates is a weird little bastard. It's like figs.
Yeah, it's like a fucked up grape.
But the fudge flavour and chicken pudding comes from the date.
It comes from the burnt honey, mate.
There's not even honey in it.
Well,
It fucking isn't.
that's what gives you that crispiness on the outside.
That's a dark treacle.
Honey.
It's not honey.
It's honey.
No, it
Honey
doesn't.
works better for it.
It does not use dark treacle used for it, trust me.
Alright.
I've made plenty of TikTok buttons in my fucking day.
Down you, mate. Honey works better for it.
Anyway, if we get bogged down in a sweet debate. So, today on today's show, we've got two things to cover. First off to cover is the goddamn President of the United States have lost his goddamn fucking mind. In the past 36 hours, he has... Well, let's start off with his greatest hits, shall we? He has called the ally he's supposed to be helping a dictator and useless.
Yeah.
Blamed him for starting a war that he had nothing that he didn't start.
Sing it with me now, ladies and gentlemen.
You know,
Say, can you see my favorite utterly light?
he's also excluded entirely. Let's move on a bit.
I don't know the words.
He's excluded the entirety of the Europe from any negotiation or talks with Russia because Russia doesn't like us.
And expects us to pick up the slack when he's done.
Yep. He's bombed Syria.
Yes.
The same cunts that's hosting the fucking talks between Russia and
I
America.
think that's Egypt, is it not?
They're in Egypt, but Syria's holding the conference.
Huh.
Oddly enough.
So why is Syria holding it in Egypt?
Because it's technically a neutral country. Where Syria is technically still in...
But so is Egypt.
No, Egypt is. Syria is technically in the moment is going through a bit of a... Still going through the aftermath of the coup they had.
Yeah. So why is Syria, like, wasting time getting involved when they should be just fixing their own shit?
Because they want like Western aid to help with it.
Yeah.
Because technically it was a military coup. So they wanted some Western aid to try and like install a democratic voting system. Unlike what they generally had, which was the usual Muslim equivalent of, you know, I'm big religious leader, I'm in charge.
Yeah, fair.
They basically try and move the same thing the Emirates did. Where they...
Only they're gonna get it right this time.
Well, the Emirates does technically have an actual voting political system, not based on religion. Although religion does play a part in the country.
I say, yeah, technically they do. Like, on paper.
It does kind of function, sort of.
To an extent.
Yeah. Basically what stories after the moment now is they realise the only way their country's going to survive is through tourism of the historical sites, and that's what they're trying to push as a thing at the moment.
Is that why, like, you occasionally get adverts? Like fucking, like the travel agent adverts.
Yeah.
Where it's like fucking, it shows off like deserts and cliffs and shit, and then just comes up, come visit Syria.
Yes.
Because have you ever noticed, like, right at the bottom of that, like, it fucking says, like, it's from, like, the Al Qaeda travel board or some shit,
Yeah.
it says.
I think Al Qaeda's trying to do the same thing because Iraq and Iran have lots of like historical sites dating way fuck backpacks thingy. I think the only country technically has like only three countries technically have an older buildings, and that's like from China, Japan, and England. Historically,
Even then,
if you want like a cradle of like religious civilization, it's a Middle East you go to.
I would have meant, and even then we cheated because we got the fucking Italians to build ours.
Yeah. So yeah, because I know Iraq, Afghanistan's trying to do the same thing. Al Qaeda's trying to like, people say, look, we're not total bastards. Come and visit. We even if you want, there's some areas set up the Brits can go and drink into.
Yeah, you can
So
even
like
you can even bring the gay relatives.
Yeah. Which is an interesting move for Al Qaeda, I must admit. They are really doing their best to sound like a legitimate government. And that, which is impressive for religious zealots at the time.
I mean,
I think the bond of extinction seems to have changed them somewhat.
I like to think they were going through their edgy, rebellious teenage phase.
Yeah.
You know, and like now they're like adults and in power. They've kind of realized they were cunts.
Yeah. They even allow women to go to school up to the age of 16.
They are, yeah. It's weird.
Yeah. It's impressive. The amount of change they've done in the past couple of years is legitimately impressive. The 180 they've done on their policies.
It's almost like they realized that like the more people that know how to read and write, the easier shit gets.
Yeah. Anyway, moving back on to our favourite Orange Man. What else has he done? Yeah, he's basically, which is my favourite line, he's going to own the Gaza Strip.
Yes. He's working to try and purchase the Gaza Strip.
No, not purchase it, he's just going to take it over.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu's pretty much
I
letting
see.
him...
So he's given up on that I'm going to buy it idea.
Yes.
He's going full on just, I'm invading, fuck it.
Yes.
Good. Wonderful.
You know, he's technically invading a sovereign country.
Delightful.
2 sovereign countries in one shot.
Yeah.
Because Israel technically owns Gaza, and Gaza technically is run by the Palestinians, so he's invading Palestine and Israel at the same time. It's amazing.
But technically he's not invading Israel, because he has Israel's
Yes.
kind of consent. So it's
I
technically fine.
I think Netanyahu's kind of thing of, I'm sick of dealing with this crap.
Yeah, well, just let the Americans come and deal with it, not realizing that now he's going to have to deal with the Americans every fucking day living next door.
Yes.
You know, like, which is, if you ask me, 10 times bigger of a headache.
Yes.
I'd rather have a Palestinian as a neighbour than an American as a neighbour. They're quieter people. You know, you don't get woken up at fucking 9 a.m. on July 4th every fucking year with gunshots, fireworks, and barbecues. You know, like...
Now, for those who don't believe what I said on that one,
Yes.
where?
What do you want? What do you want out for a pee? Yeah. Go pee.
Right. So if you don't believe the Trump's own fucking words. Wait, right. Click.
They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. They instead can...
I said Gaza's not fucking 100 years old. In fact, Israel's not 100 years fucking old at this point.
Not in its current condition, no.
No. But yeah, that's his own fucking words. And...
Yeah, not quite. I double checked the math there. I was like, wait a minute.
you go 20 years
Yeah.
first 100 years old, technically.
Yeah.
Because I think it was 1949, I think we handed it back over.
About that, yeah. Because the war ended in 45, and I know it was like just after the war, so yeah, about 49.
Yeah.
48, 49, something like that.
Also, Trump is basically allowing the new director of the FBI, I can't remember his name now. What the fuck was his name?
Was it
Cash.
That was Cash. Cash.
Cash Patel, sorry. Cash Patel to arrest
Cash Patel.
Biden and Harris.
Yes.
For some reason. I don't know why. I can't bother looking into it yet.
Yes. Also, to my understanding, is not the... Because I briefly looked into it earlier today. To my understanding, he isn't the FBI guy yet, but he's like the main candidate for becoming director of the FBI.
Yeah, he's still going through the process, but essentially, as far as everyone knows, Trump has got another candidate on the board, and looks like he's going to be put in as part of director.
Yeah, ostensibly, yes.
Also, Trump has installed. Oh god, it's so stupid, it's unreal. Well, technically, it's one of those picks that's interesting for CIA director.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we were talking about it, I think it was last
Yes,
night.
I remember, yes.
Because he actually put an actual spy in charge of a spy organization,
Yes.
which is a first for any president who's ever done that. The problem with the two he's picked are...
Controversial, to say the least.
Yes.
Controversial individuals.
It's... He essentially put two war criminals in charge.
Yes, one is, if memory serves rightly and if my math is correct, essentially technically a like octuple agent. And the
Yeah.
other one did something to do with a black site, if you believe certain conspiracy theories.
If you believe the conspiracy, the other one is set up all the current American run black sites. Which technically goes
It's
into...
on its horseshit, given, they're still using most of the same ones they were using back in the 1950s and 60s, but...
Yeah, but she probably set up the new protocols for each one of them. Which lead up to the bullshit that happened during when Afghanistan, where the complete blatant violations of the Geneva Convention and human rights took place.
Oh, those protocols that haven't changed since the 50s and 60s.
Yes.
They've just only got written down around the time of the Iraq War.
Yes. She's supposed to be responsible for all those. Apart from that, no one knows where the fuck she came from. Although she has a vague military career, that's about what we know.
That sounds about right for people that work Black Ops, to be fair.
Yeah.
Especially US Black Ops. Like, you have a little bit of a military record and then just redacted from there.
Yeah. A lot of blacking gets used. You know what's worse about
A
that?
lot of
Bob?
black tip X. Just fucking...
You know what's worse about the American redacted system? It's funny as hell. Instead of like going to the computer and blacking out on the computer so they have no words there. What each American does is they print out the document as is,
Yes.
then literally hire somebody with like a marker to manually black out the bits of information they're allowed to see.
Correct. There's a guy who sits there with black tip X and
Yeah.
just redacts the information manually and then scans it into the machine.
Yes. Because if you ask for a original copy, which can't be photocopied, which you can do for for a lot of things, as also known as the wet paper version,
Yes.
is that found the chemical between the blackout and the actual writing underneath are different, and you can remove the Tipex
Yes.
if you're quick enough and have the money to do it.
And use the right chemical compounds.
Yeah, so if you're quick enough, you can remove it, take a picture of the actual information before the paper gets dissolved, essentially. But yep, that's how it's going so far with the United States. He's basically starting off several wars.
Yes.
Oh yes, and he's admitted that World War III is just around the corner.
Oh, good.
That was another one that came up this morning.
Oh, fun.
And like the 5 live streams that's been going around since 7 o'clock last night. Because all this happened literally in the space, all the crap we're talking about has happened in literally, I think apart from like the We Won Gaza, which is a couple of days old.
Yeah. It's
All
like,
this stuff
been like
is-
the last, 12 hours?
Last literally 36 hours, everything else has come out.
About that, yeah. So it was like, what's it like? About 7:30 last night. It first started I noticed it kicking off. Mm-hmm. So yeah, like 20, 30 hours.
Yeah. It's all gone through this. And also one of his top cabinet members, not cabinet, Congress members,
There you go.
went to a conference on freedom of speech in the EU,
Yep.
and basically said we're all fucking Nazis
Yes.
for not having the same kind of freedom of speech First Amendment that the Americans do.
Yes. When, the only difference between us and America is we have anti-hate speech bills, which prevents,
Yes.
spouting of Nazi
I do
rhetoric,
agree that
making
sometimes
us the
those
complete
bills-
opposite of fascists.
I do
But
think that some of those bills do get used rather liberally than they should be.
I do agree, yes, they do to an extent. However,
Getting arrested for rewriting Snoop Dogg lyrics should not be a thing.
True, but I also argue a lot of the cases I've heard be used as reasons why the hate speech bills are bullshit are fucking nonsense. Like our mutual person we both know, because that's the only fucking polite word I have for them. Like me and them were talking one night while we were at the pub having a drink or two.
Oh,
And
yeah.
They mentioned a fella that had gotten done for threatening to blow up several mosques on TikTok. And it's like, well, yeah, dickhead.
Yeah.
The guy threatened A, violence, and B, terrorism against another group of people because of a religious, difference in religious beliefs, and overall, just a dislike/hatred towards them as a result of this difference in religious
I believe the guy
belief.
you're on about is the former head of the EDL.
Yeah, I believe possibly, yes.
For those who don't know what the EDL is,
The English Defence League.
yes, basically Nazis.
Yeah, English Nazis, that's
Yeah.
the way.
Not against Jews, but against Muslims, oddly enough. And that.
Remember, we must always remember that immortal day where we learned the EDL are dyslexic.
Yeah.
Because they said, and I quote, on a sign that we must stand up to
Yes,
Aslan.
Aslan, yes.
We
That
must
quote-
not bow down to the power of Narnia.
Which is great, considering that Aslan is. Because they.
Aslan is literally an allegory for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, God actually himself.
I've always argued Jesus. He dies and comes back to life. That makes him Jesus, not God, but fair play.
Yes, because remember in the third film, I believe, or the second film,
I think the second one.
the mouse crossed over into Aslan's country,
Yes.
which is heaven, not thingy. Now,
True, but Jesus was from heaven, because he was God's son. So presumably, before he came to earth, he lived in heaven.
no, see the
So technically speaking,
technically, I think
I still argue Jesus works.
no, Jesus is one of the kid with the black hair in the second movie, who runs away from his uncle.
Oh, Prince Caspian.
Yeah, that's
The
Jesus.
fact that I knew that quickly is
Yeah.
honestly sad. I've seen that movie 4 times and I remember the
He's
name
Jesus
of the
now.
character.
Interesting thing is, the youngest girl in the family who ends up going to Narnia 3 times somehow.
Whose name, if I remember rightly, was it Mary? Was the youngest?
I can't know. I think Mary was the middle one.
Maybe. It's been
It's been a
in
while
my
minutes.
defense, right? I haven't consumed anything to do with Narnia since I was about 14.
I was about
Like-
16 when the new, no, 17 when the last new film came out.
When did the Nintendo Wii come out? What year was that?
I was 22, I think, when that came out.
2022?
No, I was 22.
Oh, right. Yeah, see, I need a more, like, the year, because I don't math.
15, I think.
2015-ish?
Yeah.
So I think my last interaction with Narnia would have been about 2018.
Because the Wii
Because
was...
I played the Nintendo Wii port of the Chronicles of Narnia Prince Caspian video
Yes, it would be
game,
because the Wii
which
came...
was trash.
The Wii came out at the same time as PS3 did, so 2015-ish.
Yeah. I think it would have been like 2018 the last time I did Narnia.
Yeah.
Because again, I played the Nintendo Wii port of the Chronicles of Narnia Prince Caspian, the video game. The movie tie-in.
Yeah, the youngest girl, technically, she represents, believe it or not, Jesus' wife, of all things.
Mary of Magdalene?
Yes, that's one of...
The slut?
Yes.
Yeah!
Because she has the horn and the resurrection juice.
I just remember her as being the bitch that had the same name as the mother and gave him the towel. Like when he was getting crucified and fucking...
Yeah, no...
Because if... It's one of those weird things in the Bible where because they share a name, like some versions of the Bible say it's Mary, others say it was Mary Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene was his whole wife,
Yes.
as the
Not
church...
like the one that gave him the towel. There's some version of the Bible that say it was like his
No, that-
mother Mary that gave him the
You
towel.
know the Shroud
others
of
say it was Mary
Turin, which
Magdalene.
people call, which is completely fake. Mm-hmm. That was his mother, Mary, who bound him in the shroud. Because Mary Magdalene was apparently...
No, not the shroud binding, but the fucking, because he had blood and shot in his face, and there's a bit in the Bible where either Mary, the mother, or Mary of Magdalene, before the shrouding happens, comes with a cloth and wipes his face for
It
him.
was his mother, because Mary Magdalene at that point was removed by the rest of the apostles and taken away, far away, because at the time, she believed, scholars at the time, is that she was pregnant.
So that's always been my theory. My theory has always been that Jesus fucked, and Jesus had a secret baby. I believe there was a secret second Messiah.
Right.
The son of the Messiah. Messiahception, if you will.
Right, do you know...
Messiah J.
There's 2 names for the Jesus, the child of Jesus.
Yes. Messiah
Like,
Junior.
oh, sorry, the descendants of Jesus. Do you know what those are?
Not a fucking clue, mate.
First one is Nephilims,
Nephilims, okay.
which is also a water sprite
Yes.
in Norse mythology.
No, are the Nephilims the frost giants? Because they're from Nephelheim.
Nephelheim is the first time, but Nephilims themselves
Ah, right.
is a form of water spirit.
Right.
Oddly
I thought it
enough.
was nymph. Or is that just a generalised term for a sprite?
Nymph
This is
is
where I find out nymph is a racial slur for a fairy, isn't it?
kind of, but it's more of a
Fuck.
but it's more of a Celtic thing rather than a Norse thing.
Look, in my defence, right, when you spend as long as I do vaguely interacting with all the mythologies, you get shit mixed up
Yeah.
a lot. Like,
Right, no. The
I'm
other,
a jack of all trades when it comes to mythology, to the extent where sometimes I get them fucking confused, because I've dipped my toe into all of them to an extent.
the
There
next,
isn't a mythology left I don't have some vague knowledge of.
now the next name they
I
use,
even know voodoo shit, it's great.
right, it's going to make all the weebs happy.
Mm-hmm.
Saiyans.
Saiyans?
Yeah.
Why would that make the weebs happy?
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, Saiyans!
Saiyans,
right.
yeah. Goku and shit.
Right, as in a Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Not a, right. See, because the way I heard it, right, because like when I hear words that are new to me, like my head automatically tries to spell it.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I heard it, my head spelled it Sainz.
Yeah.
So I thought you just really fucked up the name Sans,
Yeah.
and it was like an Undertale reference you were about to make.
No.
But no, Saiyan.
Yes.
Right. Not a Saiyans, a Saiyans.
Yeah. As in, like, Sion.
From the city of Sion,
No, more
which is in
more like, oh, fuck.
no longer called the city of Sion.
Yeah.
It's now the city of Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh.
Anyone doesn't get that joke. It's called being vaguely racist.
Yes.
Because that city's actually called Saigon.
But yeah, the term of them is technically Saiyans, which
Right.
which I do love as a nod to, like, you know, Christians, like, you know, we don't want any degeneracy in our religion. Saiyans.
Fuck.
You weebify. Congratulations.
Man, maybe this John Smith's was a bad idea. Oh.
So yeah, I will admit, I'm always big enough to admit on this channel. You know, we both we run for president. Trump
Bush.
He's got a Bush.
My god, that's a fanfic waiting to be written, innit? Fucking Trump X Bush. Hell yeah.
I can imagine already.
I'd read it.
I can imagine the Dogen already being in production right now.
Like, I'd tell you what, not my proudest wank, but I'd fucking read it.
Kamala Harris on the side with a pair of binoculars.
Oh, aye, just cocking in the corner, fuck you. Because as we all know, in that fanfic should be a he-she, you know, just fucking stroking and strumming
Yeah.
at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
Just fucking double cocking in the corner, stroking and strumming like she's an electric guitar, fucking.
So yeah, we both at the time of the election, we both said like Trump had the better policies. I'll be back in a minute.
I pictured it. Oh, fuck. I made the mistake of fucking picturing it in my head. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a hate crime. Oh, fuck. Oh. No, seriously, people at home, picture it.
Don't picture it.
Just form the mental picture in your head
Don't
of
do
Kamala
it.
Harris as a he-she, playing
It's a
herself
good-
like an electric guitar by stroking and strumming. Picture it in your head and
It's-
tell me it's not a fucking
It's good that your sister's
beautiful
not in the
image.
chicken, not watching at the moment because
It is. I don't care. Someone might watch this back 10 years from now as some important historical document. I get to enjoy glory. That's something that genuinely terrifies me about not just this show but the coming war.
yeah.
Is there's a good chance
Well, outros used to historical record.
we could this episode could end up being like the last surviving piece of like fucking media regarding Donald Trump's fucking like just mind loss leading to the war, and the poor bastard who has to sit and watch this to get the historical information has to deal with A, this pairing, and B, my drunk bullshit, because I do not plan on stopping at one.
Yeah.
I plan to get a bit tipsy
Can you imagine?
this evening.
We're now going to play the last historical record we have of the agenda of Trump. It's our
Smash cuts
podcast.
to picture Kamala Harris.
It's our entire
Slapping
podcast.
herself like an electric guitar.
You imagine, like, in, Star Trek setting, kids there, the Lighting Age.
Oh,
Here we
fuck
go
yeah.
with the last historical record. This is our podcast played to these poor innocent children.
Just smash cuts to me going down, 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 down.
This could be hard to watch, children. Don't worry, but it's essential for your growth, in education.
Teacher has to come up with a whiteboard and some fucking diagrams with a sick fucking pointing at what a he/she means. Pulls out a fucking entire topographical map to explain how one would play themselves like an electric guitar.
And essentially, after the time they finish watching our podcast, all the children be in therapy.
They'd be different people, let me tell you. This shows how young boys become men. You enter this show as a boy and you leave as a fucking man.
Or mentally damaged, take your pick.
So a man. Let's face it, no one reaches male adulthood without being a little fucking damaged. Let's be
So
fair
yeah,
here.
we both sat there and said Trump probably worked better as a president than Harris or even Biden, who, let's be honest, was a vegetable at the point.
Right, in fairness though, right? In my own self-defense, I would like to point something out. Did I, or did I not to begin with, immediately point out, I think Trump might go a bit fucking bonkers.
You did,
I
yes.
think Trump might be a bad guy.
You did, yes, bro.
And then you motherfucker, you talked me into believing your bullshit that, nah. How fucking bad could he be? He said he'd fix the economy,
Yes.
and Kamala looks like horse shit, and you weren't wrong on that, granted. And I believed you. I trusted you because you're my friend, and you're considerably smarter than me. And fucking.
But like I
Look
said,
who was right after all.
I admit that I was wrong.
Not only were you wrong, I was right, and you made me wrong.
Yeah, you got to admit though, when we look through the policies you had during the election.
Oh, absolutely. He had the better campaign promises, but
Yeah, and that's your ability, and even on people look at what he was planning to do and how he was going to do it.
Yes.
Would actually worked, unlike Harris's or being Biden's ideas.
yes.
Unfortunately, he's kind
Not
of
that Biden was a votable option, but
yeah. I know you can't really vote a vegetable in the office, but they tried.
I mean, you say that, but they let Truman run the country for a while.
Yeah, he was less of a vegetable, more of a hamster, I would say.
To be fair, I only make fun of Truman because he is easily the most forgettable US president.
He is, yes.
Except, of course, for the other Roosevelt.
No, Ford, I think, was probably the most forgettable one.
No, because I remember Henry Ford.
And that.
I said like I was fucking there. I remember that Henry Ford was a president.
Another Ford who's in charge of the Ford Motor Company.
The
and
other Ford.
It's,
Was it, I would say James Ford?
nothing in it, what, Henry?
No, I remember it being different to Sir Henry Ford.
I can't remember. I don't know his last name was Ford. And it was before that Henry Ford set up his own Fordland in Brazil.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a real thing.
That was a genuine historical event.
Yeah.
It was an entire technically
City-state.
military coup supported by the Ford Motor Company.
No, literally, he took over entire chunks of the forest for the rubber plants.
Yeah, it was fucking weird.
Yeah, it's
It's
still standing somewhat. Some buildings still stand to this day.
Some of it's still there. It was an eventful time.
It was.
The late 60s were a different time.
I know, it was the 30s.
Was it
He
the
did that.
30s? I remember it being later.
No, you're talking Henry Ford. You're talking that's when he started them Formula T. So end of the 20s, beginning of the 30s,
Huh.
when he was doing all that kind of crap.
Man, the 30s were a different time.
They fucking were, because you had Bugatti for one thing was they started the first racing company around that period. Yeah.
No. I'll let
No,
you,
sorry, not Bugatti. He was
I was
Bentley.
gonna say, I'll clue you into why you're wrong for two reasons. Reason one, the movie's not called fucking Ford versus Bugatti. Reason two, Bugatti wasn't a company yet.
No, what?
Bugatti wasn't a company yet.
Yeah, I know that one. But Ford versus who?
The movie wasn't called Ford versus Bugatti. The movie's called Ford versus Ferrari.
Wrong movie.
Not correct movie.
I'm talking about the very first technical motor race,
Yes.
which was done by Bentley.
Bentley and
No.
Yes, Ferrari partook in
Ferrari
the
didn't
race.
exist when this. When
It
it didn't.
did.
Ferrari didn't exist until the 40s. Yeah.
Ferrari didn't get popular till the 40s. The
No,
first Ferrari was built, well, not built, but put out on market in 1937, if I remember correctly.
Let's check that one because I don't think it was.
Because if I remember correctly, the Ferrari company was technically founded, like officially on paper, in I believe 34. FE. FERRARI. Ferrari.
47. I was right.
Fuck off, no it wasn't. The first Ferrari was the 125S. Ah! Alright, yeah, fair. No, I stand corrected. I'll shut my whore mouth.
Because
Either
technically,
way, it still wasn't fucking Bugatti.
the second motor. Because everyone claims like this company has been the first sports car and it was bullshit. They didn't. Was Porsche.
Yes. Even I know that's bullshit, because Porsche was... Well, Porsche was busy doing other things around this time period.
Yes.
For a certain mustache man.
Now Porsche did technically release a car in the 1920s, which took part in the first Le Mans, which took part in the I think 25.
Yeah, I think the first one was...
But the first race I'm talking about was the, because still in England, is the Bull Run. It's down in Surrey, I believe.
I think it's Surrey for the Bull Run, yeah.
Because Top Gear and Grand Tour on the slatted ramp
Yeah.
where the Bentley factory used to be.
Yeah, I think it's down near Surrey for that, yeah.
And that was technically the very first race circuit built. And it was Bentley who, like, they're all Bentley cars that were maintained, but technically it was the first gentlemanly motor racing sport.
But still not as good as Silverstone. I think we can all agree Silverstone is the best track. Doesn't matter what cars you're driving, you want to drive it on Silverstone.
Everyone does for some reason. You know, I don't think it's a particularly good track.
I, as someone who's been playing a lot of driving simulators recently, I can explain the obsession with Silverstone. It is the fastest fucking track.
Yes, it technically is.
Okay, with one key exception, and that being Spa. Anyone who's played Spa in a driving simulator knows exactly fucking why. It's turn 14. But, like...
I mean, to me, like, best
Silverstone's got that beautiful mix of high-speed straights, but also, like, I think it's got maybe 2 corners that you could class as low speed,
Yeah.
and even then, you can take them at, like, gear
See,
4.
my favourite racing track is the Tokyo night circuit.
No, I will give you that. Tokyo is
It's
a
not pretty-
beautiful circuit.
It's not particularly fast track, but it's got some beautiful technical corners, some good chicane runs.
To be fair, it's still got those lovely long straights into nice tight corners that
Yeah.
do make it really fun.
It's one of those few tracks that you can see why drifting became a thing, trying to get around some of them tight bends they've got.
To be fair, you like, I do agree you can see why, like, drifting took off because of that track.
Yeah.
But at the same time, oddly, it works fucking amazingly as a Formula 1 track.
It does, yes.
It's like it was built exactly for a Formula 1 car,
It was, yeah.
completely by mistake.
Even though it was built technically for, I think it was stock cars at the time. No, it was stock cars and Japan had the custom races in.
Yes, which is where the Japanese drift circuit kind of was born.
It was actually born on Haruzuki Mountain after that one. Haruzuki Mountain.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that as the birthplace. Like, fair. The Tokyo circuit was the christening place.
Yeah,
that's what was baptized.
It was illegal version
That's
of
what it was
drifting.
baptized. Okay, like fuck you.
Because they still close off the mountain every year now for the DK races. If you don't know that one, if you've ever seen like How Fast Furious 2, you see the kids go down the mountain, that's a real event.
If you've ever watched the anime fucking Initial D,
Yeah.
that entire fucking show, that's what we're talking about.
Yes,
That
technically.
entire show is this race. It's
Pretty much, yeah, you're not wrong.
you hook a fucking
That's no reference.
you hook a shit box around the corner at 110 miles an hour sideways. That's the fucking game.
God, this was the first came out for fucking 80s as an anime. Then the games came out.
I've never played the Initial D games. I've not even seen the anime. I just had a friend who was obsessed with the anime for a while, so I'm vaguely aware of how
Well,
the anime goes.
the anime got a reboot recently.
I heard, but I've not been able to track it down.
It's on Crunchyroll.
See, I refuse to pay Crunchyroll because that's expensive. So
It's $5 for a fucking month, man.
yeah, it's expensive to me.
And you get the dramas and the comic books and that now. The mangas. Although I don't actually read the mangas from there, I found better sites to read mangas from because
Yeah.
they're more up to date.
See, my argument is, right, why would I spend $5 a month on just anime when I could spend $12 a month and get anime, professional wrestling, movies, and like some BBC TV shows all in one little handy little package?
Because Netflix knows got the best stuff out there.
I disagree, because it's got Raw, SmackDown, and like NXT, which is all I need to kind of be happy every week.
That's not
And the pay-per-views. Like, I get the pay-per-views at no extra charge. That alone sells Netflix to me. I can watch WrestleMania without forking out an extra fucking $60 every year.
right.
That by default sells it.
So we've covered Trump. We're going to move on to our next segment of the show. The section you're going to hate and rant over.
Oh, not this bit.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, please tell me it's just at least not the fucking one I think it is. Oh, it is.
It is, yes. I pre-warned you about this.
Alright, I'm going to tell you exactly why I hate this.
Why?
Or sorry, why I'm going to hate this, because I know you and I are going to disagree hard way. Because I know we've talked of this issue previously, and we did come to an agreement on it.
Yeah.
I have since changed my opinion
Alright.
since that discussion. I'm not looking forward to us disagreeing as heavily as I think we may.
I don't think so, because, to be honest, both sides of this discussion on the table, I hate both of the debaters on this one.
See, I'm more looking forward to you and me's discussion / debate over it than I am anything else. My plan is basically to use their talking points as our talking points and basically ignore their shit the best I can, because I think I'm going to hate one of
You
them.
won't be able to know this shit, especially with it. So this is from DebateCon 5, which happened the other day. And that's held
5?
Yeah, DebateCon 5.
What happened to 2, 3, and 4?
They were previous years.
There's been more than one Viet Cong? I didn't know we did more wars out there.
No, never mind. Don't worry. Oh, what
I'm deaf jokes are really fun to do on purpose, you know that, man? Like, they're really, really fun
Speaking
to
of
do
it,
on
before we
purpose.
Have you watched the new Unsubscribed podcast recently?
No, I'm a couple episodes behind. I know that Demo Ranch was on it, though, because the Demo Ranch is retiring.
Yes, he's retiring now.
So he's selling the ranch, and...
No, just sell the ranch. He's keeping the ranch.
No, he put a video out, he's selling the ranch.
He's not.
Has he changed his mind?
No, he never was selling the ranch. He's just basically shutting down
Then why did he put out a video saying he's selling the ranch?
because he misspoke in that one.
Yeah.
He's basically shutting down the demolition part of it, but he's still keeping the ranch itself because he was a vet, and I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he's a military vet.
No, not military vet, an actual vet,
Yeah, yeah, he's both, yeah.
an animal
So I know
vet.
he did spend time in the military. I don't think it was like a full
No.
set, but I remember hearing he'd done a tour.
No, he completely started off as a vet.
So I remember hearing that he'd done.
No, because I watched the episode he was on. He started off actually just doing like animal videos and that.
Fair. I vaguely remember hearing somewhere that Demo Ranch had a military career for a while, but
No,
maybe I'm thinking of a different guy. Maybe that video was just about a different dude who looks a bit like Demo Ranch. I
think-
just got confused. Like, that's very
I know a lot of
possible
people
for
assume
me.
like everyone unsubscribed as like military veterans, like not all because like Brand Herrera's.
I would say Brandon's not military.
Yeah.
Fucking that other guy that was on recently at the Vegas special does the 3D printed guns.
I know you're on about, I can't remember his name though.
That fella, he's not, because he's like fucking 20. Like he's a. But I think it's ages with me. I think he's 22.
Angry Cop isn't technically a vet. He's not a vet.
I think he is.
No.
'Cause he's a drill sergeant, or he used to be a drill sergeant.
No, I'm pretty sure he's just straight up. I know he did a stint at the academy.
No, I'm pretty sure he's still active duty. I'm sure he still does as a drill sergeant. I'm pretty sure he works as a drill sergeant when he's not I think he's like a reserve drill
I
sergeant.
think he's National
Like he does
Guard
drill
maybe, but not
sergeants for,
national,
like,
not Korean military. I think he's National
yeah, I
Guard.
think he's like Army Reserves technically, or like the U.S. equivalent to an Army Reserve officer.
That's National Guard.
Where like he does like 2 or 3 months, like as a drill sergeant, then like comes back
He's
to be a
technically-
cop for like 6 months, then goes.
He said what we would call TS.
out.
He's part of the National. I think he was a cop, then went to National Guard for extra pay.
No, because he still is a cop. I think he like does both, and he's got like a deal going with the two to
Yeah.
kind of I'll do here for a couple months and then come back for a bit. Then
But anyway,
I believe.
this is the debate between should trans children be allowed to transition.
Okay, before we do that, I'm gonna replace my empty John Smiths with a fresh John Smiths, because as I previously stated, I would like to get a little fucking tipsy, and I think I'm going to need it for this fucking discussion. Would you like a John Smiths while I'm at it, Fabian?
No.
No, you would not like a beer, though. Would you like a hobgoblin, perhaps?
Not at the moment, no.
Perhaps you
I'm saving that for the weekend.
you may you have plans for the weekend, do you?
Well, for weekend stream, yes.
Oh, do you have a plan for the weekend stream that's going to require booze, do you?
Hmm.
Oh, good.
I do, yes.
You bastard.
Why?
Because I don't know if my booze would last till then. I would like to get a bit fucking crunked this week. It's been quite a spell since I got properly crunked.
So, anyone who doesn't know who Whitsitt is, he's essentially started as a flat earther. He took part in the final experiment. He lied about it in the final experiment for some reason. Saying he didn't have a vape when he had a vape, which caused a whole slew of shit.
Fucking speaking of fates, sorry. I'll be literally 10 seconds. Just bear with me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He fucking lied. That was 20 seconds.
There we go. Sorry.
But anyway, I want to show like, the opening statement and the back and forth between the two, and not the audience question at the end, because they're relevant to the point of the
Debate.
debate at the moment. So, are you ready?
No.
Tough.
Fuck.
So, what's the subtitles on for you already?
I know. Thank you.
As you can probably see, I am not James. I am Bob, otherwise known as Sideshow Nav. And today, for this afternoon, we're going to kick it off with Whitsitt and Brianna on should kids be allowed to transition. We'll start with 5-minute openings on each. Brianna going first.
Now,
About
one thing I got confused over when I was watching this debate myself is who's for which side of this debate. Like, one's for, one's against.
Yes.
Because both of them seem to switch between
Such opinions here and
yes. You know, now I believe Brianna
there. Brianna Wu.
Wu is a trans or transitioned herself.
It's an impressive transition. That is a very, very attractive young woman. Like,
I believe
hello.
she brings up a few times that she transitioned. So
Oh,
you go dead, is it?
my vape died. It's a good thing I brought the second vape.
I think Whitsitt is against children transitioning.
Says what flavour is this? Tropical fruit, right? This is either
But
gonna
again,
be
though,
delightful or shite.
It's hard to figure out which is for which.
Right.
60 minutes have open dialogue, and then lessons learned we'll have, and especially on this topic, about 30 minutes of Q&A, if that's okay with you two.
Love this.
All right, so get your questions ready. Listen up. With no further ado, I will turn the floor over to Brianna for your 5-minute opening.
Thank you. I've got some friends over here. I appreciate that. Hi, my name is Brianna Wu. I am a software engineer. Most people know me from Gamergate. I ran for Congress. And a few months ago, I finally decided to come out and start talking about trans issues more openly. You know, I feel really strongly that the course we're on is a really, really destructive one. So just setting the tone today, if you're looking for the progressive line, that hardcore line, like should all kids be able to transition, I'm the wrong guest for it. Like, I'm not going to come here with moralism today. We're going to talk through the science of what we know and who this is beneficial for. So I think if we're talking about children transition, it is really helpful to separate this into 3 cohorts and really 2 different subtypes of each cohort. And I'm going to go through it really quickly. So the first one is what I'm going to call the non-binary political project. You know, all these kids that decide they're halfway between things. Should they be allowed to transition? The answer to this is clearly no. There's no study I can point to that shows this helps them. There's no protocol to even identify these people. So either
Okay, I can agree to
autistic
that.
or
That's-
not
yeah.
autistic. I think that answer is very clearly no.
So I agree with that standpoint, yes.
Yeah, so far it's
Yeah, the kids are still kind of figuring it out. Yeah, it's a bit early. Like, yeah, that's fair.
yeah. All I want to do like as a fad trend of just saying I'm non-binary is probably university bullshit.
I mean, not so much the, like, oh, you're non-binary. It's more like, because like the, right, fair warning, right, fuck you. A, I am not transgender. B, I am by no means a transgender fucking expert or an expert in the LGBTQIA+. However, I'm gonna say some shit anyway. The shit I'm going to say may very well be slightly, factually, improper.
Right.
But I'm gonna have a bash anyway.
Okay.
To an extent where me just talking about this here today may very well make things worse in the world. But fuck it, we're gonna risk it, right? How hard could this gender nonsense be? I'll take a fucking stab at it. So, to my understanding, based on brief conversations with friends of mine who are transgender, is like non-binary. Essentially, you got 2 flavors of non-binary. We're gonna call it, right? You got 2 bits, right? You got non-binary, the like finale, we'll say, and non-binary, the stepping stone.
Yes.
Where essentially you got non-binary, the finale, which is where I would argue people like Kurt Cobain technically would land. Where Kurt Cobain, right, openly, he's a guy, right? That was a fella, right? But he was open to cross-dressing. He didn't really give a shit. But like, one could argue if Kurt Cobain had been born a decade later, in today's world, probably would have fallen into the category of a non-binary, through and through, no holds barred, no arguments, no questions, job done.
Now, to
We're
me,
thrown there, slap it on, job done. Right? I would make that assessment of the film.
to me, with the non-binary proper, which you're on about, like, the final finale one you're on about, comes from the Japanese trend from the 80s of the androgynous dress style.
Yes, to an extent, yes.
Where I think she's referring to the current one is that in between of they do it like boys or like girls type thing. I think the moment she's on about.
No, it's being non-binary. It's kind of especially as like a finale stage of being non-binary. It can be I am both, or it can be I am neither.
Yeah.
As like an expression of identity. Because that's a key thing I think a lot of people get misconstrued when it comes to like the gender politics is like, and in fairness, it is mainly because we don't express it very well. Is like, especially when it comes to being non-binary, is it's not. I'm not literally. If I was non-binary, I wouldn't literally be saying I'm not a gender.
Yeah.
I'm not literally saying I don't have a dick and I don't have a fanny. Fuck you. It's an expression thing. It's more a statement of I don't feel like a man and I don't feel like a woman. And also partially I don't agree with society's horseshit of this item of clothing is for women and this item of clothing is for men and only they can only wear those and girls.
Yes, I know what you're about.
Because fuck you, let's have some fun. Like,
I know what you're about. To me, non-binary is always that thing of, I think it's just bisexuality with extra steps, essentially.
it is ostensibly it is the gender equivalent to bisexuality. I will fully grant you that assessment. Yes, that is the quickest way to explain it to someone.
Well, go for it. It's bisexuality, except for external bisexuality. Like, I could fuck him, fuck her. It's a case of a bisexual within oneself.
Yes, essentially, yes. That is
Which kind of does make sense in a way, but also it's a bit weird as well. But
that is probably the easiest way to explain it. If you're going to explain it to someone who essentially doesn't really get it, that would be your best way to begin trying to explain how it works. It's bisexuality for gender. That's the best way to do it, really, I would argue.
Because of all the weird bullshit for the LGBTQ stuff, I think like the general ones I accept off the top of my head is like the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and sort of non-binary at the moment.
Yes.
I don't count trans as part of the
they fall under the... They're either the I or one of the pluses.
I think it's the I they fall.
So I think I is intersex, which I think non-binary technically lands into.
Well, intersex technically
under
is
old... Back when it was just LGBTQIA plus standards.
Problem with intersex is I don't count intersexes because intersex is a medical condition.
Yes.
Not a...
I think it might have been intergender then, is what the I was.
I think, yeah, which was technically non-binary in a way.
Yeah. I think it might have been
I don't usually count... I know trans is part of the whole thing, but I don't really count it as a foundation point because with transgender and that type of stuff is you're transferring your gender to something else.
Uh-huh.
So you still follow like, well, I'm becoming a woman and I'm still going to be straight by fancying men, or I'm becoming a woman and I'm still going to stick with women.
That's what I was going to get to with the second version of non-binary, which is what I call the stepping stone non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, are you familiar with what I like to dub the process of one becoming transgender?
Yes, very heavily.
Of like point A to point B to point C to point D to point transition. We're like, so like you start off, you're an egg, right? This is how we kind of explain to people, right? You start off as an egg, right? Inside the egg, you got a little baby transgender, right? Getting ready to come out, right? But it's gotten stuck, right? It can't figure out how to break the egg, right? So a big grown up transgender has to come along and start pecking at the egg, right? Make some cracks, right? By saying some shit, right? And in response, right, the little baby transgender inside is going to start saying shit back, right? And this is going to cause little cracks to form in the egg, right? It's going to cause the egg to open, and out comes the little baby transgender, right? That little baby transgender is going to be very confused because it's just entered the world for the first time. It doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on, right? It thought it was an egg this whole time. Now it's learned it's a bird. Now it's confused, right? So it's going to go to phase 2, right? The stepping stone non-binary, right? Because in this, you're picking up what I'm putting down, right? It goes to the non-binary step, right?
The egg part is a bit bullshit, but never mind.
It's kind of how we explain. It's basically the transgender equivalent to being in the closet. We call it like being an egg. It's.
Way you describe this, it was grooming.
It was me trying to like explain how it works and also explain the idea behind why we call it an egg.
What you described there was basically the transgender equivalent of grooming some child.
Yeah, I will admit that is how it sounds, but like...
Which is not a very good first step.
It wasn't a good first step, I will grant you that. It was a bad way to explain it, but... So, you go to the stepping stone stage, right, where you're...
Let's put it this way. The egg is the gender dysphoria kicking in.
Basically, yeah, exactly. Like, more accurately, the bird inside is gender dysphoria kicking in. The egg is the sort of facade / mask you've built around yourself to fit into society,
yes.
Right? So we have what's called the cracking of the egg, where you kind of start kind of thinking,
expressing
and saying shit that makes people go, gamer, you might be, right? You come out of the egg and you go over to phase 2, which is the non-binary step, where for some transgenders they completely skip this step, others hit this step and stay there for a long fucking time, and other ones have a brief summer holiday there and kind of figure it out rather quickly.
The Kardashians fella. He's stuck at the non-binary step for a long time.
Yeah, you know. So a lot. You go into that non-binary step where it's you're questioning yourself now. It's you've asked some very difficult questions to yourself. You've had some difficult conversations with yourself, and you've kind of figured out, okay, my assigned gender don't fit properly. Like I was born a guy. I'm not a guy. I don't think I'm a guy. I don't feel like a guy. I might have a dick, but I don't feel like a man, right?
I call this step the police step. I call it the police step.
The police step?
Yeah, you're from the band called The Police?
Yes. Vaguely. I know one song by them.
Well, yeah.
I know every breath you take, every step you make, every move you make, I'll be watching you.
That wasn't The Police.
And I know it because of the meme with the goose.
That wasn't The Police.
I remember that being The Police.
No.
Because the guy's there with the cello and is fucking the cello. Just,
No, that wasn't the police.
Every step you
The police was the ones who had the cop, had the biker in leather.
That's the village people.
That's what the people think of it?
Yes. You had the cop, the Indian, Native American, the biker, the builder, the
The
cowboy.
police did a similar gag. They're the ones who did SOS. Message in a bottle.
I was gonna say message in bottle. Yes, SOS was ABBA.
Yeah, but come on, remember the lyrics in your
Yeah.
head. SOS. I remember the lyrics in my head from the actual song. That's why I keep.
Okay.
But anyway, as I call it, we've got the four. Yeah, you're people there.
Yeah, civil. You know, in the navy, you can
YMCA.
sail the seven seas. It's the village people. Why? It's the village people.
Yeah. I recall the beginning of the early the early 4 years where you're trying to figure out which flavour you are.
Yeah, you're experiment. I mean, in fairness, a lot of gays kind of briefly dip their toes into this department to an extent. Like,
Yeah, it's when they try.
like I had my phase as a young homosexual, you know, where I was figuring shit out and I was having these important questions and conversations with myself of like, you know,
What the fuck did I?
am I gay or
I did drink it.
am I bi? Am I pan? You know, like, and then we started having those slightly more difficult conversations of, you know, dresses have always looked comfortable, skirts have always looked kind of comfortable. Let's have a little adventure over here and let's try those out. And yeah, okay, I kind of fuck with this region. I like this. Okay. How do I feel about gaining tits? Nah, I don't like that idea. Okay, we're not trans then, right? Okay, right, that's good. That's progress. That's what that is, right? Fucking, you kind of, you middle around. You figure out what the fuck you are and who the fuck you are, you know? Okay, for some people this takes 6 months. Other cunts this takes 6 years. And for a rare breed of lucky, this takes literally 0 time because they skip this step entirely. They come out of the egg and know exactly what the fuck they are and go right to it, right? Lucky bastards that they are, you know. So you kind of hang out in that little middle ground of, you know, being kind of non-binary, not non-binary. It kind of depends person to person, you know. And then you go from there. You know, for a transgender person, you go from that non-binary step to I'm transgender. I'm the other gender. I'm gonna go do that route. I'm gonna branch off over there. You know, for people like myself, we hang out in this region for 6 months and we go, okay, I'm not trans, right? We can rule that out. That's not the direction we're after, right? Good.
Let's check
But skirts are fun, so we're gonna go off in the femboy direction personally, and we're gonna fuck around over here for a little while and gain an addiction to Blahages and Monster, and it's gonna be a wonderful time. And yeah, you know, and then other people come into this stage and they hang around for a little while and they go, you know, I was wrong. This isn't for me, right? I'll stand corrected. I'm going back to the egg, right? And you go back to the egg, and that's perfectly fine. That's valid. You do you, right? Coming out of the egg isn't for everybody. Sometimes you come out of the egg and you find the egg was better for you, like for your health in all departments, and you go out to the egg, and that's perfectly valid, right? That's fucking life, right? Because sometimes you just weren't supposed to come out of the egg in the first place, and you came out of it, and now you got to go rebuild the fucking egg, right?
Yeah,
That's how it goes sometimes.
But my little point with it again was my other thing is, so yeah, the gay, lesbian, bisexual, not pansexual, non-binary.
Yeah, pansexual is one of them.
And that I know pansexual is one of them.
Lesbian, gay, bisexual, or whatever.
Again, pansexual is one of those ones that
queer,
I think
trans.
is just bisexual. It's just again, it's one of those ones bisexual again with this way more extra steps than needed.
I'd say pansexual is bisexual with extra steps, like this. Because now I'm gonna talk about this for a minute. Fuck it, bitch can wait. Like, because like I've had this discussion with a lot of my friends over the last like 5-6 years.
Yeah.
When it comes to like bisexual, pansexual, where like there are differences, right? And
Not count for a damn.
I know that they are kind of technically important differences. That like there's one main difference between pansexual and bisexual that kind of is important, that matters, right? And it's why I'm bringing it up. It does relate to an extent to the debate about to happen, right? It revolves basically around the transgender issue as a whole.
Yes.
Where like traditionally, not always the case, but traditionally, a bisexual person, they're into like cis men and cis women, right? Assigned gender at birth men, assigned gender at birth women, and Some of them are open to it, like myself. Most of them not really want to fuck a transgender person, right? That's not for them. And again, whatever floats your goat, that's up to you, right? Whereas a pansexual person looks at the entire concept of gender and they dropkick it out the fucking window as irrelevance.
Yes.
Much like myself. And because of this technicality, many people have argued throughout my life that I fall into the pansexual territory.
Mm-hmm.
I am technically a pansexual as a result. However, and this is something that's quite important about the LGBTQIA+ as a whole, is because it's essentially it's labels for expressing your identity. You do always have that choice to say, even though the exact descriptors and modifiers of A or B may match me better as a descriptor, I personally prefer the idea of being A or B. You know, that's always an option, especially with things like being bisexual or pansexual or being gay or lesbian.
Yes.
Traditionally, being gay would only apply to a man. However, a lesbian is a gay woman, so you can still, as a lesbian, be gay.
Yeah, I know.
You know, like as a bisexual, like myself, where you're technically a pansexual, because there's so little difference between the two. You can say you're bisexual instead. That's more than allowed. You know, and for a lot of people, again, like myself, the main reason we say, I'm bisexual rather than pansexual is 99% of people you're likely to have the conversation with have at least heard of a bisexual. They're coming in with a base level knowledge of what the fuck you're talking about. Most of them don't have a fucking clue with pansexual. And this leads to every single fucking time the same fucking joke
Yeah.
of, oh, what, are you sexually attracted to the kitchen?
Frying pan or saucepan.
Yeah, you know, and frankly, the first time it's funny. The 85th time of the week, you're getting real close to just committing murder. As someone who's been there, you get really fucking close to killing your Aunt Susan.
Even though I think we're dealing with the LGBTQ stuff, which I've had many opinions on, I've never once made that joke because it's never sounded like a funny joke to me.
Again, the first time you hear it, even the second time, it's like, yeah, okay, that's clever, fine, haha, and you move on. Like, when it's like the 85th time you've heard that same fucking joke, and not just the 85th time that fucking week, you've heard that fucking joke.
Because I've been on the dark side of the internet for a long time, and I do know of several cases where people have posted saying they are marrying their fucking panset.
Yes. And usually those people are not pansexual at all,
Yeah,
and
they're
are just straight men. Well, no, I will continue that. They're straight white men who are shitposting and being cunts.
No, there's the Objectarian, I think it's called. The guy who married the woman who married the Eiffel Tower or the
Yeah, and
fence.
like the guys that marry their own cars and shit. Like
Yeah.
there are people like that out there, and
That's the ones I'm referring to, not the idiots on Reddit who have no sense of life or purpose.
true, but also like it's the dark side of the internet, so it's probably straight white men who are shitposting.
Yeah.
Like, because let's face it, 99% of shitposters are straight white men. Let's be fair. Like, mainly because 99.9% of the internet is straight white men.
Now, I've heard people ask this question when I bring up the topic of the LGBT, like, would you ever date a transvestite or transgender?
A transgender, and a tran whatever. Like,
My general answer to the question has always been, if I can look at the person and can't tell if that was a man previously, and looks exactly one, then the answer is yes.
yeah, which is fair.
As long as at some point before the relationship gets like, during the early stages I don't care too much.
Yeah, so long as it's like before the first sexual encounter.
Even for the first encounter too much, I don't really care that much. It's a case of like, if I'm planning a long-term relationship with this person,
Yeah.
they tell me, because the point of like, I might want kids and I don't,
Yeah.
and the idea of like being open relationship is a big thing for me.
Yeah.
If like 2 years down the line say we're trying for kids, they say, well, I've got a question, I can't make can't have kids because I don't have a womb to begin
Yeah,
with.
I used to be a man, like.
That's going to cause not the fact that the issue for me won't be the fact that you transition. The issue is you didn't tell me and rob me of that thing of, well, I wanted kids,
Yeah.
and you rob me of that now. Even though like I've always said adoption's always an option for me
Yeah.
type thing, it's a case of, well, you didn't give me the option. and that's more of a trust issue than it is anything to do with the fact that they're trans.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, like, both in private and here on the show, like, my general rule for it is, like, so long as I know before we, like, start taking our clothes off, then it's fair enough. You know, I like having a battle plan in mind.
Now, that's
like,
like if once we went through full transition, like the top and bottom surgery, which I know we have different disagreement what that means, but you get my gist of that one.
Yeah.
If they're doing have both, then again, as long as they look like what I expect a woman to be, I don't care. If they only got through half the surgery, yes, tell me before we get to that point of the bedroom, because I don't want to be like have a massive shock thing. What the fuck if I just grab my hand on?
Oh. That's the one for me as well, because, like, you know, I've got no problem sucking dick. I'd just like a heads up I'm going to be sucking dick tonight, you know, like...
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to suck a dick, I want a heads up, I'm going to be sucking dick, you know? If I go into the ordeal with the battle plan of, right, fucking, you know, we tickle here, we strum here, we do a little fucking, a lick there,
Yeah.
and then, you know, suddenly I've got to change my plan on the fly to sucky, you know, pulley, I'm going to be a bit fucking annoyed. You know, like, I like having that pre-warning of, by the way, just so you know, if things get a bit fucking saucy later in the evening, this is the battle plan you're going to require, good sir. These are the troops that are going to be in formation on the field.
Yes.
You know, that way I can adjust appropriately so both parties have the appropriate levels of fun.
Yes.
You know, I'm very much a bedroom pleaser, you know. I'd like to know what I'm working with so I can turn on the correct skill set in my mind to ensure we both have a good evening.
Now, let's get back to this one.
The second group I want to talk about is natal females that want to transition to be boys. Should they be allowed to transition? I think a little bit of historical context is very
Okay, I have a question.
Um,
What's natal mean?
Baby.
Thank you.
Some people about basically born one way and one transition after that.
when I transitioned 20 years ago, or the people before me transitioned, overwhelmingly, this was people like me. It was natal boys that wanted to be women. You can go back 3,000 years in history, and you can see people like me. We were Roman priestesses that castrated ourselves, and
Because, I'm sorry on this one, it's a bit of historical law and medical law in a way, is...
See if I can think of a lot of historical figures that were born women and... Okay, granted, they more cosplayed as men, but still.
Yeah, transitioning...
We can still make the argument.
If we go for I'm going to go for the base of gender dysphoria as a base of transitioning.
Uh-huh.
Only because I think it's go for the medical side of it.
Yes.
Gender dysphoria generally affects male rather than just female.
Yes.
Because females have, at least psychological wise, a very pliable term for sexuality.
Yes. Most women have had a gay experience once or twice. Like, they've
Yes.
played around a little bit. you
Where
know?
men are generally more fixated on
Hello.
you good thing you missed a whole segment we had earlier.
There's a good chance that they came in during that segment and have subsequently left, because I'm seeing one concurrent viewer with 0 views. So I either have just joined or they recently left. Either way.
Concurrent means actually active.
Oh, good.
So yeah, I would generally go off the thing is like it generally affects males more than it does females, because females have a very pliable sexuality as a base anyway.
Yes.
They can very easily say, the very question is, can I fall in love with this person of like
Yeah.
similar, and women generally very much easy yes, no. Where men generally like very fixated like I'm this and or I'm this.
Yes.
Because of how our logical brains work. So gender generally very affects men rather than just females. Which I think where she's going to fear is going to be a bit of a wrong analogy she's about to make, I think.
Possibly, but... Yeah, okay, they just joined in. Yeah. I thought so. Yeah, so you're right, it is good that they missed the... Sadly, they're gonna catch more of it, because, we're gonna say a lot of shit today, I can tell.
So that's
Buckle
how
up, sis, we're gonna say some shit.
that's how I generally view it as a whole, from historical and medical side of it. So she's going to start with male females, which again, girls generally don't have that dysphoria problem as a general rule.
Yeah, no, I can agree to that. Like, I've met a lot more, like, transgender women who are, like, born men becoming women.
Yeah.
Like, I've met a lot more transgender people who were like, that's the case, versus, like, born a woman is becoming a man. Like, don't worry, I've met them, they exist.
Yeah, they exist, don't get me wrong.
I've met more where the case is born man becoming woman. Like,
They do exist. There's also more complicated surgery
oh,
and process, but they do
'cause
exist.
I've got to think now. I've got 4 friends. Hang on. Hi. Yeah, four trans friends, and one of them was born female and is becoming male.
Yeah, I think the general ratio in the world is something like 10-1,
Sounds about right.
and even that number's probably been generous on the fact of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right from studies I vaguely remember reading.
Yeah, again, I'm
years
going
ago.
back a few years back from
Yeah.
my studies I've read, 'cause not many people have done a study on it, on the breakdown between the actual which one's which.
Decided to go live as women. This new cohort of female to male transsexuals is actually very, very new.
Wrong word. I would use for cohort there.
I was more like the transsexuals is the wrong word. Transsexual is one of those words in the community where like it's a person to person thing. Some are fine with it, others don't like
Okay,
being
from that-
called
from-
transsexual. Oh, okay, cool. You know, in your case, it's the other way around. That's.
This is a general statement of like I've noticed.
I mean, in fairness, Sophie, you do hang out. You do have more female friends in general than I think either of us. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I think like no matter how we slice it, your social circles are different, which may play a part in the matter. But
It may skew the data, but I'm going off general studies
yes,
rather than like personal experience, because I think I know about 2 transgenders in my entire living here I've met.
yeah, that sounds about right.
And
I
that's-
mean, I don't. Are you counting?
Lavender?
No, I was gonna say Jay.
Jay?
Fucking yeah, from the pub, on the team. Dresses up on Wednesdays. Has gay Wednesdays.
No.
No.
No, because that's a drunken idiot he
That's
does.
just a bit. That's just a bit, is it?
Yeah,
Fair,
it's a complete
fair.
bit he does. To be honest.
Yeah, fair.
No, there's one in...
I always assumed it was a bit, but I wasn't sure because like he does kind of strike me
there's one
as
last I met in the pub.
fruity.
She was working as a shop girl. And that. Terribly found out and went on a whole fucking tangent on that one.
Yeah, I can imagine. Because I remember.
Because I brought a discussion with him and Howard about would I date a trans, and I'm like, well, yes, because she looks like actually like a woman, so it doesn't bother me in one slightest bit in terms of it.
Cause I remember when I first met Templey, and like that was one of the first conversations me and Templey ever had. Was how he was when he first heard of my existence, he was concerned
Yeah.
about me being around his children because I sometimes wear women's clothes, and it's like. I can understand your concerns, good sir, but also I'm not gonna do that around a child because I'm not personally comfortable expressing myself in such a manner around children. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing that around children. I'm saying I'm not personally comfortable with that because it's kind of difficult to explain to a child why I dress as a girl sometimes.
Yes, that friend
That's
had,
quite a heavy conversation for a 6-year-old.
yeah, that friend of mine has like very staunch views.
He has very fucked opinions. I've had some painful conversations with Templey.
Yeah. That's the whole question of would I date one? Is like yes, I would, because it's
Yeah, like happily. Like I mean, fuck, I'm technically dating one as we speak. To an extent, it's complicated. It's painfully complicated, but
I mean like the person one about like the pub we met. She has gone a bit off the rails slightly, and that.
has she?
Yeah, because she's
Say
not.
we met. Have I met them?
No, I'm
Have I-
talking
no,
about
oh, right, you and Templey met. I was gonna say, like, I don't remember. I'd remember this.
Yeah, you remember.
Unless they're very talented, I'd remember this.
Hang on. But 2 seconds.
Fat Man T is pulling up his phone. Has Fat Man T got pictures? Am I about to get treated to some titties? Is this the woman who's fucking you got titty pics of on your desktop?
No.
Who is that?
That was a scammer.
I was gonna say, because I noticed it in the file in passing, and just the file icon is just a pair of tits. It's beautiful.
Out my toes. No, I don't want to request.
Back button, and then you see the your friends button.
Yeah.
There you go. So it will be 2 seconds, folks. We're just...
Yeah, I was gonna check. Going through.
Fatman T is going through his Facebook to find this person so I can see them. Important question before I see them. Are they single?
No. Not even.
Damn.
Well, maybe I know.
Okay, hear me out, right? You know the strong woman at fucking Orville?
Yes.
You know the really strong alien in season 1?
Yes. That's
Like, right? Like, you picking up what I'm putting down, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, like I said, she was like went through most of it, and that's she then just started like own like big party company type thing.
ah, cool. Very attractive, like, young woman, to be fair, like.
Yeah. So that's what I met in the pub.
Was that Bob? Wait a minute. Scroll up a bit. Is that Bob?
No,
That fucking looks like Bob.
it's not Bob.
It looks like Bob. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So I met her in the pub. There you go. A better picture of her. And that.
Yeah, I fucked worse.
You know, Tim didn't really like, considering went out, knew the person before they transitioned
Yeah,
from back in school. So when he found out, he went ballistic over it.
I could imagine.
Yeah, what I'm on about is the started like own podcast type thing, and when
Ah, so she's the competition, right?
it went before we even started, and went in
Oh
like,
fuck, we're the competition. Ah,
went deep into like, the trans rights on like the far, like the militant left side of the trans rights
the
stuff.
far left.
Even to the point where she started up a GoFundMe for IVF
Fair.
type thing, which was weird at the time. You know,
Yeah.
I think she pulled it back recently. And
I mean, fair enough.
yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm about. And like, that started the whole conversation with Templey, and that's when Templey really started showing these
far right colours. Since
certain
that guy has
views.
said some fucking unique shit around me before, it's.
Yeah. I always said that I think some of the trans stuff in media and like ways from the laws are going are a bit excessive. I've always stated that because I think they are.
I mean, to an extent, yes, but I don't. I'd argue. I will forever argue that any law that comes in that protects like someone who's like transgender or gay or whatever the case is from violence is probably a good law. You know, like any law that protects, frankly, anyone from being physically or verbally accosted for being different is probably a good thing.
I don't agree with you, but I think some of the thing was I'm getting how best describe it, I'll be an asshole. I don't like being forced to say something.
Yeah. It's less of a we're forcing you to say the trans people are good, it's more we're forcing you not to threaten to stab them for being trans.
Yeah, I'm never going to do that.
That's more the idea.
If someone says, because I talk to somebody there and say, how you doing, ma'am? It's like, I'm not a ma'am, I'm fucking thee, them's the same. There's that whole diatribe saying how I've just committed violence against them. No, fuck you, I haven't. Because you've looked away, I've seen how you looked, and I've said the thing that came through what you look at.
Yeah, I mean, and I get like my experiences are probably different, but like I've never met a trans person who would go that hard about the issue. You know,
I've
like,
met
'cause
a couple.
I've especially with like my trans friends like early into us knowing each other, I fucked it up all the fucking time. I still fuck it up sometimes. Like, you know what I mean, gamer? Like, sometimes I'm tired, I'm mid-conversation, I fucking forget, quite frankly. You know, like...
I was saying it's not... I think it's more a case of, like...
I sound crazy. I've got 5 fucking trans friends. Sorry, I went to school with a trans person. I didn't fucking count them. Sorry, that's fucked to me. Sorry, Goldie. I just realised I went to school with a fella named Goldie and I've completely fucking forgotten. Sorry.
I was the
Sorry,
ones I'm
Alex.
referring to is like... You know, the majority of the community, it's fine.
Yes.
But against that vocal minority that stick out like a sore
I would say, like,
thumb.
it's something I always feel the need to point out to a lot of people, especially like people who are like hard right, you know, like your Nazi types that like the LGBTQIA+ community, and a lot of people are gonna really hate what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. At great risk to my health. The LGBTQIA+ community are very similar in a way to a lot of religious communities, in a sense that 98% of them are fucking wonderful people. Beautiful people, really friendly, lovely folk, couldn't give less of a shit if they tried in life, right? Just try to get through the day. Then there's that extra 2% who are a very small minority who are painfully vocal. You know, and they're usually the people that get all the attention, especially from the media, because they keep saying shit that's a bit fucked.
To me, right,
You know, and
my distinction
it
on
paints a distorted view of the community.
my distinction I generally have is whether or not you've gone to university or not.
Even then, because like I've got a lot of friends who like they went to university. They're left leaning. They're not gay or trans or anything. They are straight people, but they went to university. They're very left leaning in their opinions. They're allies, so to speak. Who are still fit in that category of chill people, where if they make a mistake, they're going to politely inform you, hey, you know what, fucking Dave isn't Dave anymore. Dave is Susan. Like, remember. Can't call him Dave anymore.
But
Dave, you know, like,
all the time in some crowd, like the feminists want to say, you know, no room, no choice, no like say in the matter.
Even with like those people, they're still that very vocal minority of the group. A majority of feminists are not like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like a majority of feminists are not feminazis.
Yeah.
But feminazis are the most well-known version of feminism.
Yeah, the ones
because they make the loudest noise.
the ones that tend to run into quite a lot. Oddly enough.
Because they're always at the fucking the
Pulpit.
gatherings. You know,
Yeah.
they're always at the protests, they're always at the rallies and shit, and they're always causing fucking trouble. You know,
Yeah.
like much like Hamas. You know, like most Palestinians are pretty fucking chill people who are just trying to get through the day.
Yes.
Hamas, on the other hand, are militaristic cunts who happen to also be Palestinian. Like, because that's a key thing I've learned about myself, and my opinions when it comes to like the Israel-Gaza war. Is I kind of see to an extent where a lot of the left wing are coming from from the fucking shore to the sea, Palestine, something like that, whatever the fuck their statement is.
From the
for
river to the
Palestine.
sea.
The river to the sea. Thank you. We're like, they're not arguing that Palestine aren't the bad guys. They're more arguing the Palestinian civilians are the victim, and they're not technically wrong.
Yes, but the problem with the
And
statement,
I do kind of agree with that bit of the
the
argument.
problem with people come with it is about from the river to the sea, right? And they don't realize this. Ironically, they don't realize this, or they do and they think they're fucking funny. Is by saying that statement, that means they want to wipe out the Jewish population in Israel as an entirety,
Yes, no, I'm very aware. Yes.
and they don't seem to realize that fact.
As I don't agree with their full statement. I see a part of their discussion that I agree with and believe a majority of them think the same way I do now, of there's a distinction between Palestine and Hamas. We're not
Yeah.
supporting Hamas, we're supporting Palestine.
My biggest one I always get is the queers for Palestine. It's like you're supporting people who will willingly throw you off a roof.
Yes, because that's the specific group I'm specifically talking about when I say I kind of agree with them. I do think like me and them probably do agree in the sense of Hamas are the bad guys, because it's mostly Hamas that do the gay throws. Like there's,
You're right.
you look at the stats for the gay killings that have happened in Palestine over the years. A lot more of them have been Hamas members doing it versus civilians doing it. Are there still civilians who do it? Abso-fucking-lutely. But at the same time,
Again, it's one of those things is with me, especially the queer community in general, because I don't go through the queer communities and then we say the alphabet every fucking time.
you know, it would be kind of like Syria bombing Britain and painting all Brits as racist because the EDF hate Muslims. It'd be the same. It's the same kind of thing happening.
Yeah. The problem is though, unlike the EDF, now that is Muslim religion as a whole does not like the gay community at the best of times.
True, but neither do the Catholics or the Christians, and we still let them cut around. So fuck it.
I wish I didn't, because
I just wish we could get rid of organized religion as a whole, but frankly, that's too big of a task for us to tackle in a single generation. That's going to be the next 3 or 4 generations worth of work, mine included.
The problem is with getting organized. I don't think you can ever get rid of organized religion as a whole, because it's needed in some degree. It's needed to. I want to hate this phrase, but it's true.
Keep the morale, essentially.
Control the population to some degree.
To an extent, it's for control. I argued, especially in today's world, it's more about morale than anything else.
It is, and it's all about control.
Like, especially for folks like me who grew up religious and now aren't,
Yeah.
like, traditionally religious. You've heard the news about the Pope, I assume.
Which news particularly?
The Pope's in hospital currently in stable condition. He's got pneumonia.
All right.
The current Pope.
The last thing I heard from the Pope, he put out a statement saying that Trump's the new version of Hitler and the Jews.
Yes.
Support the Mexicans.
Yes. That is also a part of the Pope news. I meant like the Pope's physical health news.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yes.
Because like even though I'm not religious, the church isn't exactly fond of me. Mm-hmm. When I heard the news of the Pope isn't Pope's not doing great, it tanked my morale a little bit. I felt bad.
I must admit,
I may not like the church. I may not have much respect for the religion as a whole due to personal experience. Mm-hmm. The Pope never personally slighted me. I've always held the Pope in very high regard.
Right. Problem with my own,
like every Pope that's been in power in my lifetime, I've always held a lot of respect towards. And hearing that the guy's not doing well, it hurts a little bit, To
me, with religion, my beliefs generally fall closer towards a lot of people call it spiritualism, but it's like Shintoism, Buddhism.
Yeah.
Is where my stuff. That's viewed because how my background is.
Yes.
In martial arts, it generally pulled me that direction because when I was learning, I learned the old-fashioned way where you took on the whole aspect of martial arts. Because I fully still believe that if you're training karate properly.
Yes. Yeah. You've got to take on some of that, the spiritual side of it.
Yeah, because you need it for a point of people say, "Oh, it teaches discipline." Yes, it does teach discipline, but the discipline comes from the religious aspect around training.
Yeah, the spirituality and the kind of self-control and that.
In fact, I can throw a punch out.
Yes. Because I was trained in a very similar way. I wasn't in karate long enough to really get into Shintoism to the extent that you did of really understanding a lot of it, but we got taught a lot of the basic shit. Mm. I vaguely understand what yin and yang's all about. It was when I first learned how to meditate. It was for doing karate. That was a big part of our lessons and that. It's a very important part of your karate journey is learning that Shintoism side. It's something I really, really like about the Cobra Kai TV show on Netflix. Is it's kind of a subtext subplot of the show.
Yes.
To an extent of because the plot of the show is fucking Cobra Kai comes back and is being run by Johnny, whatever the fuck his last name was from the first movie.
Yes.
Who's the bad guy. And it's about him for the most part, and Daniel LaRusso sets up Miyagi-Do as a competitor, and Cobra Kai is kind of what I describe as new age karate, where it teaches the combat technique.
But not the spiritual side of it.
Yeah, it doesn't teach the spiritual side of it. It's kind of a more brutal karate. Whereas Miyagi-Do teaches more defensive karate and the spiritual side of things, and it's it's kind of that main bit of the art, the tension between the two dojos of one does
ideology,
very aggressive karate, the other does very defensive karate, and the kind of ideology that naturally comes with the two is sort of the text of the rivalry. But it's kind of a not so much said but more kind of implied difference of part of the argument of one teaches brutality, no mercy, etc. The other teaches control your emotion, control yourself, meditate.
Yes, which I agree.
Xing Wai Hai Tatum.
Trust me, I agree with
the chi and shit.
As I agree with as a whole point of how karate's taught nowadays, because the way it's been commercialized a lot.
Yes, a lot of dojos are more along the lines of Cobra Kai of skip that very important part, or at the very least they delay that very important part of the spirituality.
Because I say Cobra Kai
until way too fucking late.
Because I've watched bits of the Cobra Kai and the old Karate Kid movies.
Yes.
What he taught as a physical aspect of how karate works isn't wrong.
I'm assuming you mean Cobra Kai himself, like the guy that ran Cobra Kai in the movie. And
Yeah, the movie aspect itself.
yeah, the actual like the combat techniques from Cobra Kai
Aren't wrong as a technique, and
yes,
his training
They are correct.
isn't wrong, but it's brutal training. Now, brutal training does work if you also had tell them why you're pushing them to that extreme.
Yes, why you need that brutal side of you and how to control that brutal side. And
Yeah, like say, well, keep hitting this motor it breaks. Well, why am I doing that? Because you need to learn how to break it.
yes,
But why?
because it's got a similar tensile strength to a bone. And
Tell you what, should we do this?
just fucking put that on silent. Or, there you go.
Yeah, because it's got still tensile strength to bone, but not the spiritualized reason why we learn to break something for.
What about the Kill Bill guy? I haven't watched Kill Bill, so I cannot speak on
You know
that.
about the main character, him.
I'm like, cause like the main character was the bride, and then you have.
The main bad guy, Bill.
I'm assuming she means the sensei that teaches the bride how to do.
Yeah,
I want to say kung fu in that movie.
He was.
I don't fucking know. I've not seen it.
He followed an unorthodox sect.
Yeah,
Which
I want
is
to say his
also-
name was like. Was it Jim?
I can't remember what you're on about.
Jimbo?
I
John?
can't remember his name because we watched it, but he
I've literally never seen the movie.
he was unorthodox because in China you got like there's just kung fu to learn, not karate.
I was gonna say I think it was kung fu for Kill Bill.
Yeah, I'm only one right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have 3 sects they follow. It's like the orthodox, which is like then you classify as the nice ones. Then you got the unorthodox sect, which is the generally referred to the demon god sect.
Yeah, like the demon styles and that. Yeah.
Yeah, then you've got the outer sect. She learned the demon sect, which is more about belief in one's strengths
Yes.
in self rather than an external force.
Yes.
Because the orthodox believes more like the immortals.
Yeah.
So like Son Goku, who ate the peach from the immortal god and that type of shit. Where the other sect would be more in the fact of one ascending to godhood through sheer physical force type thing.
Essentially, a different martial art, completely different spiritual system.
Yes.
Fuck knows. Fuck knows. That's the quick answer. Fuck knows. Gods and shit got involved, and some guy called Goku ate a pear he wasn't meant to eat. That's I've literally not seen the movie. I have no opinions on the choreography or martial arts of the movie.
Very
I've
exaggerated.
never seen it.
Very exaggerated.
All I know is that one fight scene where she fights about 5 billion people with swords.
Yeah, which is weird when she used katana, which wasn't trained in katana use.
Yeah, because Kung Fu doesn't use katanas.
No.
They use the
Dong Dao.
the one with the rings and shit, and the fucking Shinji.
Well, you go upstairs, the Dong Dao.
That scares away the demons and shit.
Yeah, the Dong Dao. What do you go upstairs?
Yeah, because it's the version of the Dong Dao with the rings, and you waggle your ring sword, and it makes a hum noise, and it scares away spirits or some shit.
And the song swords, that type of stuff. Yes.
Yeah, it's something along those lines. It's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was always one thing that always got me into. Like, why should you do the katana when she's learning kung fu? You know, it never made any like major sense to me whatsoever.
She had one on hand, I guess.
Not because exclusively the actual movies, all of them exclusively trained in katanas and got a Japanese sorceress to make the katanas for them, and that she actually goes and gets one made by the same guy who made the originals.
Alright, okay, that
In the movie.
that fella, yeah.
And again, it's like you weren't trained. Then they bring up the training montage she does later on, and like, but you weren't trained in fucking kendo or any Japanese sword technique whatsoever.
I mean, in fairness, right? And you're probably gonna hate what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The use of a katana is not that different to the use of like a European sword, quite frankly. It's the same general technique of swing and pull. It's like
Yeah.
if you use a katana the same way you would like a bastard sword, you're gonna do the job. It's fine. That's why Hattori Hanzo broke his pact and built. What the fuck do any of those words mean?
Hattori Hanzo was a swordsmith.
Right. He broke a pact.
Yeah, because he agreed not to make any more swords and that type of stuff.
Right.
After Bill went off the deep end.
And Bill trained her? I thought there was like an old guy that trained her after Bill, I want to say, stabs her or some shit. I've got no clue. She was in this group but killed the husband. The fuck is this movie?
Yeah, I know the thing is, I'm not like the martial aspect of it.
Is this just John Wick but set vaguely in Asia and there's a fucking husband instead of a dog?
No,
is that the movie?
No, set in New York.
This sounds like the movie. This is set in New York.
Well, American as a general point. Basically, Bill set up an assassination group.
Right, fucking rewind. So there's a guy called Bill.
Bear in mind, right, I'll help you with this. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Right, so there's a guy called Bill.
Yes.
We've got a fella called Bill, right.
Right. He trained up a load of assassins.
Trained up assassins, yep.
He fell in love with one of them, who was the main protagonist of the films.
Okay.
She went out of life because she was pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Presumably not with Bill's kid.
Yes, with Bill's kid.
Okay, so it was Bill's kid, okay.
Yeah. So she ran away.
Right, she ran off.
Found another lover to try and raise a kid in a normal life.
Right, okay, so we've got the plot to season 6 of Desperate Housewives, okay.
Bill finds out,
Yep.
goes to the wedding, kills her husband, shoots her in the head.
Yeah, literally the plot to season 6 of Desperate Housewives,
She
okay.
then spends the next 5 or so years in a coma.
Right, so hold on. So Bill goes to her wedding,
Yeah.
shoots her in the head.
Mhm.
5-year coma.
Mhm.
I'm no doctor, right? I don't think that's how headshots work.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure, like, cause like a headshot from a 9mm at point blank range direct to the fucking forehead is a 1 in 10 survival.
It's 45, but don't mind.
And, okay, with a 40, like, as in the caliber, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so a 45 caliber, that would work out to about a 1 in 6 chance of survival, give or take. Even in that 1 in 6, you're not going to be in a 5-year coma. You're going to be in maybe a 3-week medically induced coma while they fix the brain damage.
No, she was in a 5-year coma, I believe. It'll be 5 years, it could be longer. Then wakes up, realises she's not pregnant anymore. But also realised that she spent the past 5 years being raped by the attendants, who sold the coma patients off as sex toys to people who paid money for.
Right.
This movie gets very dark.
This
don't
is
worry.
very Quentin Tarantino so far.
Yeah. So she wakes up in a coma, kills a guy who's been selling her off as a sex toy. And that.
As you do. Makes perfect sense. Like, just woke up out of a 5-year fucking coma, still physically capable of killing a guy.
No, she can't
somehow.
walk, but she managed to bash his head in the door frame.
So she's got the physical strength to bash a guy's fucking head in with a door, but no the physical strength to walk.
Yes.
Right, okay. Right. I fucking politely disagree, Quentin, but okay.
So then we transition a few months down the line, and she starts tracking down her old team.
So, 5-year
revenge.
coma, unable to walk, in a matter of months does enough physiotherapy to begin walking and track down motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Really not how that works, but okay. I'll fucking play along, sure.
Yeah, so starts tracking down her old teammates to kill them off and get back to kill Bill, who shot her in the head. And it turns out that she starts off with a black woman who has a kid and kills her, and says to him like, "Well, if you still feel bitter about me killing your mother, come and find me in 10 years and have a pop at us," which was the most corniest line ever.
Yeah.
Then she
That's
moves,
I can think of 4 different video game villains who say that in the opening scene of the game.
then she moves on to the Japanese lass,
2 of them are Mortal Kombat titles.
who uses an anime segment in there to show the fact she was a 10-year-old prostitute and that.
Right.
Actually, in the movie itself, as well in the cinemas as well.
That's fucking... Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. Then she kills her. Then the first movie ends. At that
There's
point.
more than one movie.
Yes,
it
but-
takes her more than one fucking movie to track down Bill.
I think it's 2 or 3 movies. I think.
This is worse than fucking One Piece. There's one cunt, his name is Bill, and he runs an assassin's guild. How fucking hard could he be to track down?
So then the second
That
movie,
guy sounds easy to find.
So the second movie starts off, and she gets the sword made and that type of stuff in the first one. She finds Bill's brother, who's part of the group.
Right.
He then buries her alive,
Okay.
and that's when the whole training montage starts, where she was learning how to fight.
Wait, did she train underground? Fucking...
No, that's when she starts remembering the train, because then she learns about I wanted to punch in order to punch her way out of the coffin and dig herself out of it. And that.
And people enjoyed this, did they? People enjoyed this movie.
Then there's the one-eyed woman as well.
The what?
There's a one-eyed woman as well.
A one-eyed woman.
Yeah, who she kills as well.
Dare I fucking ask what relevance the one-eyed woman held?
She's part of the assassin group
Oh
as well.
shit. So there's a Cyclops fucking assassin. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who hates the other woman on principle anyway, because she fancies Bill and Bill didn't want her. And all of them have coordinates of snakes. Hers was Black Mamba. The main protagonist was Black Mamba, so
Awesome.
yeah. So eventually tracked down Bill,
Yeah.
right?
Presumably kills Bill, otherwise the fucking title's a bit of clickbait.
Hang on, get to that. They sit down for a cup of coffee first.
Just fucking shoot him.
And it's cost him all over why he killed her, because she disrespected him by running off to marry another guy. Turns out their daughter's still alive, because when Bill found she's still alive and she was pregnant, he took the kid off her. And that. And been raising her since then. So she uses the 5.5-step heart explosion technique, which was literally the core of the movie. Where you hit like 5 points on the heart and you get to walk like 10 steps and your heart explodes. But if it actually is a real technique, because I checked on it.
I disagree with the real part of that statement.
Well, your heart doesn't
Okay.
explode, but just causes it to overwork and collapse.
I don't think it does, but okay.
Anyway, so does that to him, then he stands up and I'll go for a walk 10 steps, dies, picks up a door off, and the movie's end.
And people have the audacity to judge me for enjoying WWE.
Basically the whole movies were scripted as ways to show basically camera techniques how to choreograph violence. That was it. It was basically like one giant fight scene from beginning to end. Essentially.
We're not gonna make it, are we? The human race, I mean. We're not gonna make it, are we, buddy?
I believe that's Quentin Tarantino's second movie set he did with Kill Bill.
I would have preferred it if he hadn't.
Because I think next one he did was the
I've genuinely lost some respect for Quentin Tarantino after this.
Because next one he did was Village, I believe.
I frequently forget he did The Village.
Yeah, which wasn't actually a bad. It was dog shit, but wasn't bad either.
It's a very forgettable movie. It's The Village.
Yeah, you know, people say it's a commune, like a.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware. I'm
Yeah.
vaguely aware of it.
It wasn't a bad movie. It was
It
just.
just wasn't great either. It was very
Yeah.
just there as a movie. A bit like that fucking. Oh fuck! What's it called? The is it the Serious Six?
Think so. You know,
The cowboy one he did. That isn't Django. The other cowboy one. It's like
I don't
9
know,
hours
he did-
long for some fucking.
he did a lot of remake films after that.
Yeah, I think it was like his last one. The
I haven't watched many of these movies recently, so.
yeah, fucking. You got like some cowboys that are like bounty hunters, and there's like 4 straight hours of the movie is just set in a cabin in the fucking snow.
What's even worse is though he pissed off a lot of like martial arts community as well, because in the first.
I can't fucking begin to fathom how.
Oh no, it gets worse because in the first movie, you know about Bruce Lee, don't you?
Yeah,
You know about his last movie I did, the Fist of Death.
I thought it was Crouching Tiger was his last one, but okay.
No,
Oh, right, okay, yeah, I'm vaguely aware then. Sure.
right now you got kind of like
Yeah, the black and yellow and black leotard.
yeah, and he's going
thing.
up the toga fighting like on different
Yeah.
levels. That was what the final fight scene of the first movie was like, including except for the spandex suit, she wore a leather suit that referenced Bruce Lee's one.
Right.
Give a Death, that was it, his last movie.
Wasn't it like not that long after Bruce Lee died when that movie came out?
The movie came out, I believe, 05 or 6, Kill Bill?
Yeah, didn't Bruce Lee die in like I want to say 98?
90... No, I think it was back in the 80s, early 90s, so about 92.
Either way, that's still living memory for a lot of cunts who would have been watching that movie.
Yeah, that's what pissed me a lot, because like, it was done in such a bad way,
Yeah.
you know?
Like a neat reference, but not the right movie to do that reference in.
No, it wasn't.
Like, nah.
You know, because I know someone who came and was like, shit.
Yeah, like, yeah, I don't like that. No.
Yeah.
That's...
If you ever want like a bad movie, promise it was Kill Bill. It's a bad movie, not the bad level bad movie where like Sharknado is, where it's got that
Yeah, or Tank Girl.
Where it's so bad it's good.
Yeah.
This one's like just bad.
It's just, yeah. I'm kind of glad I've dodged it for so long, and I'm going to continue dodging it, quite frankly.
I mean, I think you should watch it as a cultural
No,
reference,
thank you.
but it's one of those ones where
It's a shit John Wick.
you get where the skip button happens quite a lot.
It sounds like a shit version of John Wick with swords.
Yeah. Swords is some very bad one-liners.
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I think I'll choose to just die happy, thanks. That's it's gonna be a hard pass from me on that one.
And Blizzard is one of his best, one of his top grossing movies ever made was Kill Bill.
I hate that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's genuinely, that's ruined my week. That whole conversation, thank you.
It's one of those movies that I watched because like the hype around it wasn't much trailer hype. Not many trailers came out around it, but it was like a media hype around it. Like,
So like articles and like
yeah,
word of
it's
mouth
one of the,
shit.
it's gonna be a great movie. You know, contended for a lot and trade all the top like bill actors. That look like top bill actors in it. Mm-hmm. You know,
And it was still somehow dog shit.
it's gonna be one of the greatest movies ever made, and it's some people still say it's one of the greatest movies
I disagree from
of the
this
20th,
conversation.
21st century. It's like it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's got shit compared to Shrek.
Ironically, Shrek was a
Or
10
Shrek 2, which I will forever argue is the single greatest piece of animation movie ever devised for storytelling.
Don't get me wrong. It has a place, so we say, but to me, it's like trying to make an A-list version of one of those very, very bad Hollywood B-movie martial arts movies, like the Three Ninjas or something like that.
Yeah. Or
Right.
Shaolin Soccer.
Yeah,
Do you fucking remember Shaolin Soccer?
I remember Shaolin Soccer.
Did
Yes,
you watch Shaolin Soccer?
I have watched Shaolin
I
Soccer.
watched Shaolin Soccer a lot as
See,
a kid.
Shaolin Soccer
I
is-
fucking love Shaolin Soccer.
Shaolin Soccer is one of those ones that's so bad that it's fucking
It looks
excellent.
like it to being actually good because it's just
Yeah.
the Mighty Ducks, but it's soccer and kung fu.
Yes,
Like it's the Mighty Ducks with kung fu, and it's fucking amazing. Genuinely.
you know, you're gonna have to train martial.
Unironically, one of the best martial art movies for all the wrong reasons.
Because one of those things is like, can I remember I watched this fucking. What would happen if you did get like proper full-on martial experts to play soccer?
Yeah, that movie, that's what happened.
Because like some people,
Don't dish Shaolin Soccer.
we're not dissing it.
We're not. We're agree. Shaolin Soccer is fucking incredible.
You know, because like say, you know, the power of some of martial arts kicks
Oh yeah,
puts soccer kicks to shame.
they really do.
Yeah, in and out, even in reaction speed. But another thing, a martial arts fight, and the other team's like, you know what? Just like steroids, straight. Come on, roid up.
And no, I don't know the movie Kung Fu Hustle. I haven't seen Kung Fu Hustle personally.
Kung Fu Hustle is another one of those categories of like Shaolin Soccer where it's so bad it's fucking excellent.
I've heard it in passing, but I've never sat and watched it.
It's a pretty Chinese production that's like dubbed, but even because it was dubbed in such a bad way, it was done on purpose, a bad dub. It made it even funnier,
Not fair.
and it is one of those movies I would say watch because it is generally a good.
I'll see if I can track it down at some point. 'Cause
It's generally on Netflix.
probably.
It is a generally bad good movie.
I might check it out on like Tuesday then, like once I've removed my Netflix.
It's like a
Because my Netflix ran out last week and I've got to fucking renew it this week. So
it seems like it was done badly on purpose. Because it basically gives you like all the stereotypes from 80s kung fu movies, Chinese 80s kung fu movies. Like, you know, any martial artist can suddenly like take a step and fly,
yes,
or run at the speed of sound.
yes.
All the martial arts tropes are in it,
Oh, good.
and it just makes it fucking
Very funny because it's very tongue in cheek. I'm assuming.
yes.
Kind of the tongue is planted so firmly in the cheek the writer could taste the wallpaper next to him. Kind of a job.
Because one of the ones is like a tailor's in it who happens to be a martial artist, right? Like one talking to martial artist, you don't find out, but he's also hyper fucking gay, like to the point where it's like, you know, the
I'll tell you a martial arts movie we're all forgetting
what's that?
because it is the single greatest martial arts movie ever. Elephant King. It's just a movie about a guy who wants to get his fucking elephant back.
Yeah, but
And it's, I will forever like that bit at the end where he fights off a bunch of goons using elephant femurs as knuckle dusters,
Yeah, it's
is one of the greatest fucking things I've ever seen put to film. Because it's so outlandishly ridiculous that it loops right back around to making perfect fucking sense. Cause yeah, you know what? If I had an elephant and a bunch of cunts stole and ate my elephant, you better believe I'd beat their ass with its femur bones. Like, I'd do that in that situation. I understand that man's thought process in that fucking scenario. It's key, peak martial arts cinema, and no one will ever convince me otherwise, except that one bit in that movie, I think it's called The Tower, if I remember rightly, where a stunt actor straight up gets hit by a car.
yes.
Narrow that down, Jack Black's been in about 4 Kung Fu movies.
Yeah, you go down that tower quite a
3 if you're not willing to count Nacho Libre. Sadly, I am willing to count Nacho Libre as a Kung Fu movie because of one whole scene.
See, The Tower is a Korean movie, and I do vibe with The Tower as like a hard-boiled movie.
You mean Kung Fu Panda. That's fair. Okay, in that case, if we're counting Kung Fu Panda, he's been in 6 Kung Fu movies.
Yeah.
No, 7, because there's 4 Kung Fu Pandas movies. And a TV show.
And a TV show, yeah. He voiced a TV show as well.
Yes. Low-key, decent show.
I haven't watched it.
I've seen a couple episodes. Not bad. It's not bad. Not quite as good as the How to Train Your Dragon TV show they did, but it's up there. Like, it's pretty good. It's not bad.
Let's get back to this. Well, it was supposed to be anyway.
Before we do, I'm going to go for a pee.
Oh, God.
So you go ahead and you talk about Nacho Libre while I go for a pee. If you haven't, if you know that movie, and entertain yourselves to the people while I pee.
It was a good movie. I'll go for this for a minute.
And you see them all as being in their right places and not being able really to make mistakes, although they may think they're making mistakes or not making mistakes and playing all these competitive games. But that's their game. Now, I only say if that game begins to bore you and it begins to trouble you and give you ulcers and all kinds of things, then you raise the problem of getting out of it. And therefore you start to become interested in things like Zen. That's simply a symptom of your growing in a certain direction. Where you are tired of playing a certain kind of game. You are as naturally flowing in another direction as if a tree were putting out a new branch.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, probably do that tomorrow.
To address the comment there about doing top 5 movies, we'll do that for tomorrow's episode.
Yes.
So fucking tune in tomorrow at our usual time to hear me and Fat Man T talk about our top 5 favourite movies. Because you know what? That's a good idea.
I do have some controversial picks on my top 5 list.
Honestly, I think mine are pretty solid picks that no one would be able to disagree with.
Because two of mine are animes. And that.
One of mine is an animated movie. Well, like a Japanese animated movie.
Yeah, 2 of mine are.
So I've like just off the top of my head, I've got like one that's like a Western animation. One that's like Japanese animation. I think the last 3 would be live actions.
So the two movies I'm about actually got me into animes as a whole.
Like when I first got into anime, I started off like with like anime shows, like kind of the standard entry level animes that most people start out in. Like I started off with like Attack on Titan, Sword Art Online. There was this weird one. I think I've talked about it before in the podcast where it's like a investigation them up, where the detectives have guns that can only be fired
Psychopaths.
by the psychopaths. Thank you. I can never remember what the fuck it's called. Really good anime. Go check it out.
There's actually second season of that, which Netflix doesn't have yet.
I know.
And a
It's
movie.
really sad. But really good show though.
Probably those shows, like,
and Death Note as well was one of my first
you know,
ones.
definitely those shows are very recent in terms of, I think, 'cause back when I was like getting into it, and I was like early 90s, 2000s. All thing we really had over here was like Dragon Ball Z,
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z, Beyblade, and Pokemon.
I think Pokemon was. I didn't start watching Pokemon anime till really late in, like for like my anime adventures.
Yeah,
Like I think I was about 16. Like I think I was in college when I started watching the Pokemon shows.
yeah.
And like even then I've only watched Indigo all the way through, like the original Pokemon League.
I mean, I watched Indigo all the way through, and I think I watched the second one pretty much halfway.
I watched Indigo and a little bit of, I think it was Sun and Moon. I watched I think the first 5 episodes of that and got very bored.
'Cause I remember taking my sister to the cinema to watch the Pokemon the movie.
Yeah, good fucking movie, that first Pokemon film.
It was, because I really do like the emotional scene at the end with Pikachu.
Yeah, like fucking. Is it Pikachu that turns to stone, or is it Ash that gets?
Ash
stone
gets
to fight?
killed.
Yeah, stone. Like he becomes like made of stone and shit and fucking.
No, he just straight up gets killed.
Yeah, because he turns like a statue guy
No,
and
he's
fucking
just,
falls and.
Is this where the druid, for the fact of like not trying to scare children too much, we straight up gets murked,
Yeah, he becomes a statue. And
and then Pikachu's there trying to revive him.
to be fair, you say he dies, he got better.
But no, the two I'm about is
It's like that time when in Monty Python where fucking where John Cleese got turned into a frog.
yeah.
He got better though. You know, he died, but he got better. It's fine. Like it's.
My first pick is like Akira. Right.
I've heard good things about that movie.
It's a fucking excellent movie. I mean,
Is that the one that like the meme comes through of like fucking get out of my skin? Akira.
yeah, it was also one where Kanye did that harder, better, faster movie video with the machine with the things going around.
Yeah,
It.
you know.
That comes from that movie
That wasn't
as well.
Kanye, but yeah.
I don't know.
That was Daft Punk, but yeah.
No, Kanye did a version of it as well.
Has Kanye done a version of Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger?
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it was
Because I know Daft Punk did the song, then will.i.am tried to steal the song and got fucking assaulted in court. And it's still one of my favourite things in history because I fucking hate will.i.am. I didn't know Kanye had also done... You've not clicked.
I know.
Hang on, we're doing a Google search, hang on. Kanye.
Well, come on, kill the audio for a second.
Yeah, he has. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, this scene here. Shit.
I don't like that. I don't like Kanye got his hands on that song.
That ties in that section there where he's got the machine going through. That is from Akira itself.
Well, that scene isn't, because that's just Daft Punk.
Yeah, it's
That's literally just the two guns from Daft Punk.
that scene there.
Ah, right.
And this is from the movie Akira,
Valid.
which I hated.
You know, like, it's the thing of like I'm still technically like I suppose you'd call me like a young weeaboo technically.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of like key like anime like titles like most weebs have seen that I haven't bothered with.
It's an old.
But
it's
there's a
from the-
lot of other ones that are super obscure that I fucking adore. Like fucking Porco Rosso
Studio Ghibli.
will
yeah.
forever be one of my favorite fucking movies. Beautiful movie. You know, Grave of the Fireflies.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible film.
Nobody we have seen Grave. To me, for anyone who wants to like get into Japanese culture, like the anime stuff, Grave of the Fireflies is a must
I
watch.
will always say Grave of the Fireflies is a fundamental movie for anyone who wants to learn more about the Japanese culture, because it gives you, especially if you're like a Westerner, especially like from America.
Yeah.
It gives you like Japan's view
of the war itself.
on not just the war itself, but specifically like the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima,
Yeah.
and like how it affected them on a more personal level outside of a bunch of people got very fucking burned.
Yes.
You know, like, you know, because like you study it in like American like history or like British like war history, and it's like, yeah, we dropped a couple extinction balls on them, they died, they surrendered.
That's the problem.
You know, whereas like you watch Grave of the Fireflies and you really get to understand what the fuck that means of we dropped extinction balls on them.
what gets me the
They fucking died.
What gets me the worst one with that is, a lot of people like look at like the World War II. They won't think like our perspective with American perspective, where our cities like brick mortar, very westernized,
Yeah.
cars everywhere,
Whereas Japan was still
had a very
like, straw hut and
rural aspect to it, where you know cars were still a rarity because it's a
Yeah.
Western thing. Telephones were a rarity because it's still a Western thing.
yeah.
You know, and it's like, you know, people still live in the traditional like panel door houses and that type of
Yeah.
stuff. Like, you don't get that idea until you that movie gives it like, oh shit, the basically are just like medieval peasantry still.
Yeah, you know, it really kind of puts into perspective how impressive Japan is as a country today.
Yeah.
Given like when we were building cars and mass munitions, they were still at such a early stage realistically, and you compare it to where they are today, where they are a technological fucking powerhouse of the globe.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you need a tech thing, you have to go through Japan now. That is the law. No one else makes it if you need it.
Leading
You
edge
know, like,
robotics, animatronics,
Yeah.
you know, you name it, they've built it.
You know, like I genuinely dare, and you know like how like the running joke is, oh fucking everything's made in China. No. I dare anyone who listens to this, go through your house right now. Go through every electronic device you have and find me one that wasn't made in fucking Japan.
Well,
Go for it.
No, my day was, you probably find it all made in China, but I dare you would find one that tech didn't start in Japan.
No, I'm willing to wager if we took every component out of your computer and traced its fucking serial number, they were all built in Japan. I would put my house on that.
I think most is actually Taiwan, to be honest, because Gigabyte's from Taiwan.
That's Japanish. It's close enough. That's still an island. It fucking counts.
You know, because the Akira, it's one of it got me really into the.
I knocked over my vape.
I mean, Akira's probably one you haven't watched because it's from the 80s.
Yeah, like I've heard of Akira. Like I'm not even vaguely. I am super vaguely aware. I know what it's called. That's all I know about Akira.
Yeah.
And I know vaguely robots get involved at some point.
No
but
robots in whatsoever.
Something vaguely tech related gets involved at some point. Like it's.
And that. And my next one would have to be Ghost in the Shell.
Another one where I've heard like really good things about Ghost in the Shell, but never got around to sitting down and watching it.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those shows, like a lot of Western shows to me, where I've heard great things, I've looked at it and gone, I might watch that. I never got around to turning that might into a gonna watch that. It's one of those things. It's been on my list of I'll get to it
Funny
for a long time.
upstairs in the corner amongst my stack of DVDs.
I'm very aware you have it on DVD.
I've got both movies and the series that came out afterwards from it.
Yeah, cause it's the series I've heard like the most about. Like most of my weeb friends are like seen the series and rave about the series, and like
Yeah.
I've heard very good things. I've always meant to go try it out, but never really got round to it. It's
The movies, the two standalone movies, are different to the series by leaps and bounds. Both contain the same characters, but technically they're different universes,
yeah.
but in the same universe. It's weird how it's being. The movies themselves, like the first two, like the major ones, mainly a lot of people think, oh, it's a like a cyberpunk type of movie. It is, but it's more of a question. It's a logical movie because it's more questions about the nature of human existence in a technological society. I mean, it's run throughout the entire run of Ghost in the Shell, and it makes for fucking amazing storytelling. In the second movie, Innocence, they've got some amazing CGI visuals pushed through it, which are just epic level. How they did it.
Yeah, I mean fair. Like I've always meant to go check it out. I've just not got around to it. You know, like it seems like something I'd probably be into, but
Like, wondering,
It's like a lot of not just anime, but shows in general for me these days, where it's like finding the fucking willpower to sit down for like 3 hours,
Yeah,
just to
it's-
get into it.
I mean,
Like get like that first season out of the fucking way and decide if I want to continue or not. It's like,
I mean, these
can I justify 3 hours on this? Because like if this is shit, I'm gonna be fucking mad.
the problem is with the second gig. Sorry, the series, like Standalone Complex and second gig, is the one of the traditional ones where it's like 26 episodes
Yeah.
rather than the new format of like standard 13s
Yeah.
per season.
Which even that, like, I don't mind that from, like,
I don't-
shows, like, I don't mind how many, like, episodes are in a season so much. It's just,
To me,
more
with,
comes down to how long is each episode. For me,
30
like,
minutes.
the longest I'm happy with is, like, 45 minutes.
30 minutes long standard run.
That's not too bad. I probably will enjoy it then, like,
To me, with like the 26 episode runs, is they put a lot more of the manga into the series than they do with the 13. Because I find like 13 episode runners,
it's, like, not quite enough time to get all that shit in there.
yeah, they miss out a lot of like context. Because I've noticed that when I've been reading manga a lot more, and the new shows come about restaurant manga, like you skip some key
elements that
elements.
are kind of vaguely important to this, you know, like,
Yeah.
it's...
Not so much now. Like I know in the past like 5 years, say, but no, 4 years. Because like they've stopped doing that, and like the shows are getting like, it's still 13 episode run, but they're getting more seasons per run. Like, alright, it's, you know, just getting off so much out of the manga now,
Yeah, they can still fit it in.
but it's like broken like every like year. It's like, come on, just
Yeah, just fucking bash it out, you know, like...
anyway, get back to what we were supposed to be talking about.
Yes, back to...
There we go.
Back to this debate.
And I don't know if people know this.
But yeah, we'll get back on our top 5 movies tomorrow.
Yes.
Massive numbers. There are many, many more natal females transitioning today than natal males. So if we're looking at their health care, should they be allowed to transition? To me, this answer is also no. I don't see any danger in making them wait until they're 18. Testosterone is so powerful, as our very macho men in the audience here can show you. It will work as well at 15 as it will at 25. There's no rush to getting these natal females on a cult with this.
Okay, I disagree with that statement.
Overwhelming majority of the detransitioners, the people transitioning don't like it, are natal females.
I disagree with the statement that testosterone is equally as effective at 15 as at 25. I argue it's got a stronger effect at 15 versus 25. But
Yeah, it's to me when talking about 15 argument, 15, yeah, I'll see you can start transition because at that point you're pretty much on your mind.
yes.
Because I would say 16 should be the main point where any surgery should happen around the age of 16.
The argument I've always held is if you're old enough to be kind of accepted to take on responsibility in life and potentially vote, you should
Yeah.
be allowed to do everything else at that point.
I mean,
And like I know in this country at least, like at 16, 16's like that awkward age where like you can vote sometimes but not all the time.
yeah, you're
And you're kind of expected to have a job at 16.
16's that awkward era, I say, because
We always call it a young adult when when I was
Yeah.
doing youth work of like you're not a kid anymore, but you're not quite an adult. You're like a young adult. You're an adult in training.
you're too old for the younger stuff,
Yeah.
but you're too young for the older stuff yet. You're in that weird transition period of
Yeah,
like,
which I've always hated that. Like I've always argued 16 should be that kind of awkward transition, but they should have more
Yeah.
rights than they do at 16. Like at 16 it shouldn't be you can vote sometimes. Because that's not democracy, that's fucking managed democracy. Right? At 16, if you can vote on some shit, you can vote on all shit. That's my fucking standpoint on that, and I'll never be fucking
To me, when
dissuaded from
16
that.
was one of those weird things from when I was growing up. I was like, right, I want to go to the park. You're too old to go to parks.
Yes.
I'm 16. I'm literally still a kid.
Yes.
No, you're too old. Okay, I'm going to like skateboard or rollerblade. No, you're too old for that. Should give it when you're about 4. Why should I mean?
Yeah,
think
okay,
that-
what can I fucking do? What is age appropriate for me then? I can't fucking drink, can't fucking smoke, what am I meant to do with my time?
I can't go watch like decent films. They're too old for the kid movies because the 12 was like the cut off point at that point.
Yeah.
Wasn't a 15 bracket.
You know,
You
it's
know?
like fucking, like, what am I meant to do? I'm 16, you know, like...
Yeah, that's what I say. A lot of kids have the habit of at the age of 16 to 18. That's when most kids get into like trouble with the police a lot.
Yeah, because they got fuck all to do.
Yeah, because they're hanging around like on the street like, what do we do? It's
Yeah.
I can smoke, yes, but that's about all I can do.
I can smoke a cigarette, I just can't fucking buy them. Like,
No, you can buy cigarettes at 16 back
yeah,
when I was
not
a kid.
anymore, you can't. Fucking. You can still smoke them at 16, you can't fucking buy them.
You can buy them, but you couldn't buy a lighter. That's what
Yeah.
it got you. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't own the light because I used it at school.
Oh, you're still allowed to own a lighter. Like,
No.
I'm working off Scottish law here. Like, in Scotland, you can own a lighter, you can smoke a cigarette, that's all of that is perfectly fine at 16.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't purchase either item at 16.
When
You
I
have to be 18 to purchase them, but you can have them at 16.
When I was
Makes
growing
no
up,
fucking sense.
when I grew up, 16, you could smoke. You buy cigarettes and you could smoke at 16. Right? Because I was smoking at school. I had a soiree early on smoking at school. But you couldn't buy the lights. But I was 18 only, you couldn't own one. Because that's what the teachers get me for. Was like, I've got a lighter, so I can confiscate the lights, you can't smoke. So I was right, fuck you.
First off, fuck you. Second off, watch me.
Yeah, because what I done with them was I went to the shop and bought matches, which you can buy at the age of 12.
Yes.
And they were like, yeah.
Prick.
Because my thing is I was smoking at school grounds. It's like, you can't smoke at school grounds. And I can.
Yes.
You can't. And there's no sign saying I can't smoke.
Correct.
And there is. No, that's for the building,
Yes.
not the outside.
Correct.
Next week.
There was a sign on the fence saying no fucking smoking.
Yeah.
So what you do is you go to the other side of the fucking sign, because as we all know, the rules of the sign only apply on the back of the sign. If you're behind the sign, it applies. If you're in front of the sign, it doesn't fucking count yet.
It was put down on they changed the words to premises because they don't have you know smoking in this building.
Yeah.
Like a lot of places do. So they changed. They then got to court and think, okay, then fuck you, and they changed the word premises.
Yeah, so what you do is you just fucking go to the other side of the fence.
I did.
That way you're still technically on school ground enough to not be done for truancy, but not enough on ground so you can still get away with smoking.
Yeah. I was standing there and the teacher's going, you little, give us a cigarette. I'm stressed. I know you have them.
Okay, we used to do similar shit when I was at school just to fucking upset teachers. It was great.
Why? Okay, what's you autistic for?
As it's something I've gotten annoyed of, because this is the second time she's mentioned the autistics. Because this is something fucking important. I've had this conversation a lot over the years. There is a difference between being autistic and being transgender. The two are not
Yeah, autism is a very
mutually
specific.
exclusive to one another.
I mean, yeah, autism is a spectrum-ish thing, but it's still very specific.
Yes.
What about autism? More about a very specific type of autism?
Yes, I mean, to be fair, people who are transgender and autistic, all over the autistic spectrum.
Yes.
Not all transgender people are autistic, and not all autistic people are transgender. Please stop fucking comparing the two.
I think
They are different things. Fuck everyone.
Alright, I know what's coming from, because remember there was a paper came out 2 years ago comparing that gender dysphoria is a version of autistic spectrum, I think
It is
was.
not. I've read the same paper, and I disagree vehemently.
I do as well, because it was basically a social, I think it was like a type of sociological study.
Yes, it
With
it
almost
works
no
with,
data.
It works its data based on the fact that a lot of the statistic for autism rates in transgender people is higher than non-transgender
Yeah.
people. And it tries to make the correlation that because the rate is higher with transgender people for being autistic, that there must be a correlation. It's like, no, dickhead.
Yeah, it's
You
one
know,
of those.
like it's not how that works.
Yeah, because I remember reading the paper, I was like,
There is there's a third outlying reason for why there's a larger overlap in this category. It's not because the two are directly linked.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
because I remember reading the paper, like, it was a purely conjecture point of view of like, well, I think it was like 15% of transgenders are autistic.
Yes.
Therefore, gender dysphoria must have a link to the autistic spectrum.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah. It's correlation is not causation.
Yeah, it was one of those little logics like, okay,
Yeah,
where's
you
your...
skipped a step, dickheads.
Yeah, I was looking for the data point, because it's supposed to be data points of like, where there's like, test studies, like,
Yeah.
no, you took a rough guess here, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much. It's
I think it was one of those like grad student papers, you know, that was published that got out for to get the doctorate degree but never finished the study, but got published anyway.
yeah.
You know,
Just out of sheer curiosity, how long is this debate?
total 143.
Please tell me you don't mean an hour 43.
43, yes.
Fuck all the way off.
But like I say, a good chunk of that is Q&A.
How long have we been going already?
2.5.
It's got an hour. I'm giving it till 3.5.
We'll get through as much as we can. We'll have to skip some bits, but let's get through the outline arguments first.
Yeah.
Here's the third group. It's the people like me. Natal males that want to grow up and be females. And this is where I do think we need a pathway for some people to be able to transition. And to be really clear here, the clinical protocol are way too low. We're medicalizing way too many of these kids. But the reality is testosterone is so powerful.
Fuck it, better idea.
If you're forcing
Better
these
idea.
young boys to go through puberty,
What if we just do this
they're
debate
gonna have
ourselves?
a much
Fuck it.
harder time passing and integrating in life. Yeah, I hope we can get into the psychological
no.
damage and also the plastic
Why,
surgery.
is there something vitally important coming up?
Contraindications you have to go through if you do delay that. So
I want to get through
Or
the.
do you
what
just hate
I'm really hoping I can have today with my esteemed
It's because I'm gay,
co-panelist
isn't
here
it?
today
You're just
is not a
homophobic. That's what it is. I see how it is. I see
but
how it
one
is.
really rooted in healthcare policy, and one
'cause the
that
moment
does
it's-
not have like abstract political.
There you go. Pause and speak.
Yeah.
Like fucking sensory overload. Come on, dickhead. Fucking-
No, I understand what they mean to having the debate over it. It's at the moment I'm trying to get through more recent
Read the transcript. What fucking transcript?
I don't think it has a transcript for this one because it was a live debate. Oh, it does have a transcript.
Ah.
Problem with the transcript is although it gives out the words, it doesn't give the context of how they speak. On this one, especially for Witsit.
True, but like I don't. Hear me out when I say I couldn't give less of a fuck about either person if I tried.
I know you don't like it, but you did warn you it was coming up in this.
It's just. I fail to see what purpose these two people are going to serve that we couldn't serve ourselves. Outside of like one of them's probably a bit more of a Nazi than you. Okay, one of them's probably considerably more a Nazi than you. Like,
I'm no near fucking Nazi, thank you very much.
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. One of them's considerably more of a Nazi than you are, because you're not a Nazi. You're centralist. The other one's probably a Nazi.
It's a flat earther, not Nazi.
Okay, all I'm saying, and fucking hear me out here, Adolf Hitler believed in the flat Earth theory. Therefore, they're the fucking same thing. Like, if you believe in flat Earth, you agree with Hitler on something, that means you're a Nazi. That's all I'm fucking saying. If me agreeing with Hitler that fucking animal rights was a good idea means I'm a Nazi, then fucking agreeing with flat Earth makes you a Nazi too. That's all I'm fucking saying, mate.
The reason I'm going through this for because when I was going through it, is she's supposed to be for allowing kids to transition,
Yes.
as far as I can tell.
It doesn't sound like it, but...
It doesn't sound like it's supposed to be, and Witsit was supposed to be against.
Right.
Right now, during the opening debates, as you've already heard so far,
Yes.
they both seem to be against it,
I'm gonna say, it sounds a lot like she's not down for the idea.
but then both for it as well at the same time.
Yes. Because it... Yeah, fuck it. You know, I'm just gonna force my idea here of fuck these two, right? Personally speaking, right? The way I see it is when it comes to transgender kids, is do I think it's we should have the option for them to surgically transition? Sometimes, yes, but as a general tone, no. No, I don't believe that. I will forever argue, like, until they're, like, maybe 14, 15, 16-ish, somewhere in that range,
Yeah,
it should be, you know, like, we have therapy, maybe, you know, gender-conforming treatments, things like that are appropriate steps.
Mm-hmm.
Surgery, not so much, right? You're still young, you're still awkward, you're still figuring yourself the fuck out.
Yeah.
You know, like, give it a bit of time, you know? Like, unless it's, like, a transgender kid who's maybe 12 where there's a high suicide risk involved as a result of the gender dysphoria, I think, unless that's the situation, surgery should be off the fucking table.
Yes.
You know, like, just... I just don't like the idea of doing a major surgery on children in general unless absolutely necessary. You know, like, the survival rate for anesthesia and surgery in general already isn't fucking brilliant for a standard surgery. You know, when you're dealing with a reproductive organ where you got a lot of blood vessels and shit, those odds are, they kind of come down quite a bit more, and it's like, I don't like that idea for a young person, you know? Unless it's fucking absolutely necessary, don't like it, you know? But at the same time, I do think, as a society, there is a lot more we could do for trans kids. And I don't just hold that opinion as, like, an LGBTQIA+ supporter, but as someone who's worked with, not just with children, but with transgender children in the past.
Yeah. No.
There's a lot more I think we could and should be doing as a society to help those kids out.
My biggest problem with the trans kid issue, right, as a whole, is I generally agree is, you know, yep, early on therapy is probably the best option.
Yes, I've always argued, like, for gender dysphoria and the transgender people in general, therapy is the best first step.
Yes.
You know, like, I also make the argument from personal experience that when it comes to people who are gay or bisexual, therapy is a good idea to get started off with. Not because you're mentally ill or anything, right? You know, because when I first came out as bisexual, I was forced into therapy by my school. And for fucking years after that, I held the opinion that they only sent me to therapy to try and convince me that I wasn't fucking bisexual because they hated the gays. And you know, I'm older, I'm wiser, and I can look back on it and say, no, I think my school did the right thing of, because like from my school's perspective, it was very sudden.
Yes.
Of
a sudden flip of like.
Yeah, it was like from my school's perspective, like me, my view of it internally as the person, it had been building for years. But from like an outsider's perspective, it was a very sudden, you know, flip of the switch of, you know, presenting fine, presenting normally, you know, like, you know, has girlfriends, and oh, he's gay, you know, oh, that's sudden.
No,
you know, like, because it was quite sudden, in fairness, of like, you know, like I'd spent years kind of questioning myself and going, I think maybe guys are kind of fuckable, you know, and you know, like it was a very sudden kind of switch of like I you know, came out to people, and at first came out to like a few friends kind of quietly of like, hey, look, you know, this, you know, and then, you know, kind of came out more openly to other people and started expressing myself in closer to the manner I do today, you know, of like a bit more flamboyantly gay as fuck, you know. It was a very sudden switch of character to an extent, because I suddenly felt a lot more comfortable, not just around people, but just in life in general, of I am being who I am rather than hiding who I am. So looking back, I understand why I was put into therapy and why the standpoint was taken up there might be something wrong here, you know.
Now my biggest problem, like I say, was the trans kid issue. I'm calling it issue because it is an issue at the moment.
Yes.
It's less about the child, it's more about the parents and the fad of it.
Yes, no, 100%. I do fully agree with you.
Especially in the recent past 4 years, give or take.
Yes.
I've noticed, and hence with a lot of the new laws coming out, like the my biggest one was when Theresa May said that dysphoria is no longer a mental condition.
Yes.
Where it fucking definitely is.
I fully do argue that gender dysphoria is a mental health issue.
Yes.
Like, it does need treatment. Like, you know, and to be fair, treatment for gender dysphoria has many phases. You know, like, you have the first step of doing therapy. You know, and then you transition naturally from therapy into gender conforming treatments, which is like beginning to dress like a girl, and kind of, if you're male, female, obviously, you know, like kind of figuring yourself out, and like
now
from that step on, and then making that decision of, do I want the surgery?
The issue I've got is you got you see yourself like, in the schools. We got a lot of the teachers now, instead of actually teaching children, especially at the preschool level, where they're very pliable.
Yes. Malleable, I would argue, but yes.
Yeah, the teachers are pushing the gender issues. Like, are you sure you're not a girl? Are you sure you're not this?
See, this is the thing. I've heard you say that. I've heard a lot of like people say that in general, especially online. And I have seen a lot of videos of it happening, especially like in places like America and Australia. But as someone who's worked with children in this country, I've never once seen that ever.
I have.
I've never seen a teacher push that rhetoric. I've never seen a youth worker push that. I can't even say I've met a parent who's pushed that rhetoric before of trying to coerce a child into being
I'll give you two, because Mother Goose, she had an experience with that with a teacher. Pushing the issues in the class. And that. And the oldest one of the two boys.
Yes.
The oldest one picked up a doll at a plaything in the school, within the nursery. And the teacher literally walked up to her and said, "Oh, you must be very brave. What's it like having a transgender child?"
Sounds about right. In fairness, dog shit teacher. Like,
you know, so I do have no personal experience of it happening.
Yes.
And the cases
I do, however, make the argument that one case of it isn't enough to cause a lot of alarm. I would argue. You know, like if coronavirus had a one victim in 5 years, nobody would be fucking talking about coronavirus, would they?
Yeah, that's
You know,
one.
like-
I know from my personal view, one instance from my personal viewpoint.
Yeah.
But again, though, it has become more of a trend, particularly the teacher one's more of a you do see in America, but as for the parent side of it, you do see more of that, especially on the TikTok, especially English TikTok as well.
Yeah.
British one. These are parents pushing saying, "Well, my child picked up a doll, so therefore I'm now going to treat him as a trans person or this person." Like, do you pick up the doll because it happened to be there
Yeah.
and it was bored?
I mean, I've always made the argument personally, like if I was going to be a parent and had kids, if I had a son who, picked up a doll, for example, and like was playing with a doll, like I wouldn't immediately assume, oh, my kid's gay or my kid is trans, but I would naturally begin, introducing more feminine toy options, because they've shown a slight preference in that direction. Be like, okay, how far does this preference go?
Yeah.
So I can gain an understanding of my child on a personal level of, what are your likes and dislikes? Like you've shown a like for this doll. Okay, is it a like for dolls in general? Is it just something in particular about this doll? Like, do you just like blonde hair on toys? Like, figure that out about your fucking kid.
Do you need a princess for castle for the dragon attack?
Yeah, like that would be, the kind of, especially if you're at like an age where they can't like talk and express it yet.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, we're gonna basically experiment on the kid. Of like, okay, you've picked up Barbie. Okay, how do you feel about Ken? Okay, we're not into Ken. Okay, no, fucking valid. I hate Ken too, right? Okay, how about, like, okay, that's a Malibu Barbie. How about veterinary Barbie? Yeah? We like vet Barbie. Okay, is it just a Barbie thing? Okay, here's a standard Barbie. Okay, it's a Barbie thing, right? We get free Barbies, free on Barbie. Okay, it's a Barbie thing, right? Okay, cool. Here's a Bratz toy. Okay, we don't like Bratz. It's definitely just like Barbie in general. Okay, it's not a doll thing, it's a Barbie thing. Awesome. Cool. Do you want a Barbie dream house? No, we don't want a Barbie dream house. Okay. It's just Barbie dolls. Alright, fuck. Barbie dress-up kits. Here you go. Right, that's fucking Christmas sorted for the next 5 years. Barbie dress-up kits. There we go. Right, easy fucking peasy Christmases. Right. Like it's something I think a lot of parents today aren't able to do, and I think even just parents in general for a long time have struggled with is
Yes.
the idea of your kid is a person, get to know them.
Now
Like they're a brand new person that you're like, you have to teach them how to person, but they're also a brand new person in your life you have to get to know.
Now, I will admit, this problem we've got with the trans kids is more of an American and Australian thing than it is a British one.
Yes.
Because we have very strict laws over medicine.
Yes.
Because
Especially medical advice.
one of my biggest things is, again, like I see a lot in America and Australia, is the pushing of puberty blockers at age 8 and 9.
Yeah.
which I vehemently disagree with.
That is something I do disagree with, is using puberty blockers just in general.
Yeah, 'cause
I'm not fond of.
Has a lot of, even like, say, well, they want breasts, like, I don't care. It does a lot of damage to the bone structure and internal organs doing that at that age, because puberty is a big thing for how your body adjusts to being an adult.
Yeah.
And that damage is irreparable. The people say, well, you can take them off at 12 and it'll be fine. Like, no, it won't be.
Yeah, like it is something it's one of the few things I do still fully agree with from like previous episodes of like, yeah, the use of puberty blockers I don't like. I'm not down for that, you know, like, granted I'm not like a scientist or a doctor or anything, I don't know the fucking ins and outs and like how it works, but just as a concept, I'm not fucking big on it. You know, mainly because in general I'm not big on medicating kids in general for a lot of fucking things.
Yes.
Like, unless your kid is gonna straight up kill people without fucking medication, I don't like the idea of medicating kids a lot of the time. Like unless it's fucking necessary for their own safety or other people's safety, I don't.
I mean,
fucking
there's a lot
like
of cases, like, especially with ADHD, Ritalin, for those who can use Ritalin as a thing, I think, yes, do that, because ADHD people who go through like manic episodes are A, dangerous to themselves because they don't care,
Yes.
and B, can be dangerous to everyone else around them because
Yeah,
they
like
just don't shit.
like ADHD is one of the few cases with young people where I do think like medicinal intervention is appropriate and important.
Yes.
You know, as someone who has ADHD himself and is unmedicated, and it fucking shows. You know, like, and I have family members who have a severe ADHD, and they are now medicated, thank God, because they were fucking dangerous for a
Like
while.
I'm saying, I'm assuming both of my older sister boys have ADHD.
Oh yeah, one of them definitely does.
Yeah.
There is one kid in particular I can tell you for fucking free has it, and it's the middle one. With the W. That kid's got it.
Oh,
He got the ADHD and the autism, right? He got both. He got the double whammy. That kid does.
Yeah, Mother Goose's side, yes. I'm talking about my other sister.
Oh yeah, both of those kids have it.
Yeah.
Both of those boys have got they got the ADHD and the tism. They got the
Yeah.
both, right? They got the double whammy for free.
Yeah.
Right? I've met their dad. They got both by default, right? Fuck you. Even if I'd never met the boys, I could fucking tell you for free they had it, right? Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Now, I'm going to play this bit more because Wit's about to turn up, I'll speak now,
Awesome.
on this side. And again, this is where the confusion's going to come into it.
It's the one by what, sorry?
This is where the confusion's going to come into
The confusion's gonna come into it.
of
Okay.
this debate.
Objectives as the highest principle. What we've got to be talking about here is individual patient outcomes. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for
So essentially, she's just advocating saying, trans kids,
She has a similar opinion to me of sometimes, yes, transitioning is like,
yeah, but that's rare.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Necessary?
Not necessary, the other one. Appropriate.
Appropriate.
Thank you, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, brain, you found it.
Now he's with it. B1, he's an idiot.
I can tell. Look, I don't like. I'm not what you would call someone that supports body shaming or anything, right? But just fucking look at the guy, right? Look at his face, right? Just really take in his face, right? Now tell me, that doesn't look like what would happen if Matt Smith had survived Auschwitz.
Isn't it one of those, like, homeless vacant stairs, isn't he?
He does have that like 100-mile stare off. He's seen some shit.
Yeah.
Like that has the eyes of a man who's killed
That's it. We'll
someone.
turn the floor over to you now, sir, for a 5-minute opening.
Thank you very much. Alright, so I'll be pretty blunt about my position here. Any form of a child being allowed to transition is child abuse. Even the mere
Okay.
possibility that a singular child would then grow up and change its mind completely eliminates any moral groundwork for claiming that they should be allowed to transition. Now, obviously this position is not the more progressive and extreme one, which is that all children should be able to, and it's a violation of human rights if they're not allowed to. But any sexualization of children is child abuse.
Right.
And
No, I'm done.
when I
Nope.
was-
Nope. Oh, he's one of these fucking pricks, is he? Oh, good. Oh, he's one of these fucking idiots that fucking confuses sexual perversion with gender dysphoria. Oh, good. Brilliant.
I must admit, I missed that contest first time around in this one. Pass me. That's a can over.
Just hold that. Hold that for me. Hold that for me. Just hold that. Hold that. There's your can.
Thank
hold
you.
That, right? Right, just bear with me. Just. Whoa. Right. Fucking. Right.
I did warn you for but
Right. I'm sick of saying this. So I'm only gonna say it once. I'm gonna say it once and we're never gonna fucking speak of it again. Okay? I'm gonna say it once, right? There is, right, a fucking distinct difference.
Yes.
Right? Between a sexual fetish or a sexualization and an expression of one's identity.
Yes, I agree with you totally.
There is a distinct difference, right? Very distinct difference. And I'll explain exactly how there's a difference, right? I don't get a hard-on by thinking of the fact that I'm A man and B, Scottish. Other people might get a hard-on at the idea that I come from the land of Scotland, but I personally do not. Therefore, I don't have a fetish for my own Scottishism. Nor do I get an erection by thinking that I'm a man. Therefore, I do not have a fetish for being a man. Via the same logic of I don't get a hard-on by being a man, and being a man is my gender identity and the identity I express in a gender fashion, someone being transgender and choosing to transition or present in a gender different to that they were assigned at birth is not a fetish. It is a fucking identity. It is a expression of one's own feelings. Away and fucking touch yourself. And on that note, I'm gonna go get another fucking beer.
Yes, you read that one, Sophie, as well.
Mr. Vegas is officially fucking angry. Mr. Vegas cannot believe that in the year of our Lord 2025 he's had to explain the difference between a fetish and an identity. But here the fuck we are. All I'm saying is no cunt gets a hard on over the concept of national insurance numbers. Or passports. I've never heard of a passport fetish, have you?
Yes. More down.
Shut up, no you haven't.
Go on, sit back down. Throwing another 3 minutes of him.
For fucking mud, right? Fucking, what was said? Fucking.
Yes, it got dark very fast.
Remember, these are the same people who think maps are sexual. Alright, controversial opinion. Those people aren't wrong. It is technically a sexual orientation, it's just not a valid one. It is a difference in sexual preference, it's just not a fucking good one.
Yes. Still be wiped out of the gene pool, I should say.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
As a child, I wasn't talking about sex. I wasn't trying to memorize pronouns. I wasn't trying to figure out if I wanted to be what I was. I was playing with my friends outside.
That's because
And
you
it
already
is-
figured it out. Because you were born. You were born different to transgender children, and B, it was a different time. It's a different world, quite frankly.
I think which is a bit of
Where you weren't allowed to be different in the first place. So you weren't going to ask if you were different, were you, you fucking dickhead?
I think which is a bit older than you. I think about 25, 28, I think.
Yeah, so he was born into a world where it wasn't really allowed to be different. So you weren't gonna fucking think, were you?
The other problem I've got here is I've got a feeling with Whitsitt here. He's wrong about everything he says. But when he's conflating, when one about child, he's thinking 2, 3, 4-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the other one was thinking, you know, as a trans kid,
Like early
10,
teenagers.
you know, 9, 10, 11-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Which at that point you are thinking about girlfriends and...
Yeah.
Because early puberty is the thing, and it starts moving
You know,
like that.
you've got that early pubescent stage of, you know, fucking things are starting to go into motion.
Yeah.
You know, fucking...
an atrocity that we've normalized this. So to get into more of the specifics, there is something called autogynephilia.
Yes, it really is an atrocity that we've normalized the existence of people different to
what
ourselves.
actually goes on with most of the transgenderism.
Now, I've never heard. I don't think I've ever heard of autogynephilia before.
Of what?
Autogynephilia.
Autogynephilia.
Yeah.
He's one of these fucking idiots, is he? One of these people. One of these fucking morons. Okay.
That's one of the feelings I don't know about.
Okay. Right. I'm going to explain it in the most layman's terms version possible. Mainly for the benefit of the people at home. Right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point, Sophie. Like, okay, autogynephilia, right, is essentially, right, it's essentially a term that was made the fuck up by a lot of right-wing people who think they're fucking smart and think they're sciencey. As essentially a slur but not a slur at the same time to try and explain people who are sexually attracted to those who are transgender.
Alright. Okay, yeah, I get it now.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And to
That's probably why I haven't heard of it
to
before.
qualify as someone who's fucking autogynephilic, right? It's not that you're attracted to someone because they're transgender. You're attracted to the. Excuse me, I have to brace myself for the words that are about to leave my mouth because I hate the words that are going to leave my mouth. It only counts if you are sexually attracted to the very fact that they have mutilated their own genitalia.
Right. Okay. Now get more about.
Yeah.
I know.
And that the exact context is the mutilation is the transition from gender to gender, not. It's different to the fetish revolving around committing.
Yeah, because you got the. I can't remember the name of it because I remember the one where you mutilate your own genitals. And all that, because like the pain.
There's also one for like mutilating other people's genitals, and that's a whole separate
As
fucking level of fucked that we're just not going to tackle today because we just don't have the time, willpower, or alcohol consumption abilities to cover.
I've never heard of the term I mean, a lot.
Yeah, autogynephilia.
In this debate, and I've never actually heard of that because I know it's another different name for mutilating yourself. And it wasn't autogynephilia. It was something. It was gynephilia.
It's essentially an attempt at making a slur that's technically scientifically somewhat valid to describe transgender without saying transgender to piss off the transgender community. That's ostensibly the quickest way to explain the lore to the fucking
You just equate autogynephilia a lot with transgenderism throughout this entire debate.
I'm can I veto this, please?
We're going to go through the opening section.
Please,
And then we're going to.
I really don't want to hear him say that word ever again, please.
We're going to go through the opening section, and we're going to end it there because I'm not going through the back and forth because it's just too long. And
please, as someone with transgender family, the word really fucking upsets me.
And I've never come across the word.
You're lucky.
Before.
You're so lucky.
And all that. Let's see one. Right, we're going to go quick. There's only got another, I think, 2 minutes of him. That's what I'm going to cut off at.
Okay.
So you have men dressing up as women, and it's because they are sexually aroused at the idea of being a woman, being perceived
okay,
as
and
a
we're gonna
woman.
fucking pause there so I can talk again. So 2 points. 2 points, right? First off, can we please stop describing transgenders as people who dress up as? Right? Because the term dressing up as implies pretending, okay? Like, for example, right? If I were to say to you, right? See my son, right? See yesterday, he dressed up as a pirate. What does that sentence mean to you? Right?
He likes pirate dress.
Right? He put on a long coat, maybe a little saber, a little hat, and he'd walk around the house pretending he was a pirate all day, didn't he? Right?
Yeah,
that's what you take from that sentence.
Yeah,
right?
a bit of fun.
Right, yeah, right. He pretended to be a pirate. He didn't think he was a pirate. He didn't feel he's a pirate. He didn't identify as a pirate. He was fucking playing, pretending to be a pirate, having a bit of fun, right? Being transgender, you're no playing.
Yes.
You're no pretending. You're definitely no having any fucking fun. Can we please stop using that term for that job? Please and fucking thank you, right? Dressing up for a drag queen, I'll fucking grant you, right? Even a traditional, what you would count as a transsexual, maybe,
Yeah.
right? Maybe it could apply. Doesn't fucking apply on transgender. Fuck all the way off, right? Second point.
I've got a feeling he's equating transgender with the cross-dressing, which is done for like a sexual thing.
Yes, that is a fetish, but again, it's correlation causation. They are
Yeah,
not
I think he's crossed
the same group.
Because I've never crossed the two groups over. Because I've like one thing you talked about beforehand.
Yes, they are different groups.
They're completely different groups.
Yes. Yeah, no, me too. Me too. I guess so. Someone with like trans family members, both adopted and blood related, that fucking hurt to hear. Like, it always hurts when I hear cunts say dress up, because it's just not appropriate. it doesn't. The context of that term in society does not apply to the situation. My second point, right, and said second point is live on screen for everyone watching, right? Once again, I swear to God, it was the year of our Lord 2025, I have to say this. Being transgender, right, and being sexually aroused at the concept of being a different gender, once again, right, one is a gender expression, an expression of one's gender identity, the other is a fetish. They are different fucking things,
Yes.
with different words and different groups. Stop correlating the two. They are two fucking issues.
I've always said that one. They're completely different.
They're completely different fucking things.
Cause you do like I think we had begin the one we talked about a long time ago. And it was like
Yes.
our first year. Is like the rabbit attraction to the Ladyboys Bangkok
Yes.
type thing, which I would say is more of a cross-dressing fetish thing. That one.
They're basically drag queens, but with extra steps.
Yeah.
They take the general concept of what drag queens do,
Yeah.
like including like the sexual innuendo, and just kind of ramp it up a little bit.
Because one of the ones created.
You know, like if you've ever seen them live, wonderful fucking show for the record.
I
I
haven't,
fucking love the Ladyboys of Bangkok. They're great fun. They hold wonderful shows.
There's always like a show on like every other month in Newcastle.
Usually, yeah, they're fucking great. Like, people at home, if you've never like had the joy of experiencing the Ladyboys, attend a show or like track down one of the DVDs, or like I think there's clips on YouTube of them. They're a riot. They're great fun.
So another thing I think people like
Genuinely wonderful.
people like which to get confused is the Thai Ladyboy phenomenon that crept up in
Yes.
recent years. Again,
You can basically draw a straight line from the Ladyboys of Bangkok starting as a group and getting popular to that craze. You
Yeah.
can draw a straight fucking line.
I think that's why he's getting confused as well, which is waiting as well as that that attraction to the sexualization of transgender is the fetish around the Thai Ladyboys, which become more.
Yes.
I don't think the word was normalized, but more
Prevalent.
prevalent in.
Yes, like, because this is something I genuinely think causes a lot of the disagreements between the left and right on a lot of issues, especially when it comes to the gays, the lesbians, the transgenders, etc., etc., etc. Is the essentially just confusion of, you know, when you're like myself and you live in, admittedly, you live in the left for the most part in your day-to-day life. You know, you interact with a lot of people who are left-wing. You know, you do a lot of conversation with people who are left-wing leaning, and a lot of people who are gay and trans and whatnot. You know, like, you come to understand a lot of the differences between the different groups within the community. Of, you know, you learn the differences between trans and non-binary, and, you know, you naturally pick it up. Whereas if you're not sort of like naturally in your day-to-day hanging around these groups, you're not going to know the differences and get them very easily, admittedly, confused. And I genuinely think that is where a lot of the sort of vitriol, especially on like the far right, comes from for the transgender community, is simply a misunderstanding of transgender is about your gender identity and your, like, how you express it and yourself. It's not the same as being transsexual or being a drag queen or a ladyboy or a femboy.
To me, drag queen is
they're
a
very different things.
Because a lot of people like the LGBT with drag queens.
Yes.
And to me, drag queens is a profession.
Yes, being a drag queen is a profession, but it's
Now, admittedly, look,
it
that's
can also it's also it's why it's kind of similar to being transgender in that you are it's one of the few terms where it applies. You are dressing up as a woman,
yes.
but there are a lot of drag queens who are, because I've met a lot of them who are transgender. They are in the process of doing the transition.
Yes.
But they will always identify themselves as a drag queen because that is what they first and foremost are.
Yeah, because
They don't like, even if they do transition, they're not dressing up as a woman or like transitioning to a woman in the sense of I want to look like a woman in
Yeah.
a very traditional sense.
'Cause-
They do that kind of pantomime style of
yeah, over the top.
an over the top woman, for example.
Yeah, because I think it's basically because RuPaul.
yes,
Because every like, drag artist in his seems to be either gay or like homosexual or some form of
Yes.
where probably for as I knew from when I was growing up, most drag queens I knew
yes,
weren't.
yeah. I mean, like today there are a lot more drag queens who are like gay or like, lesbian, non-binary, etc., etc. There is a lot more of them, but it's still it's today a very even split. I've met a lot of drag queens who are gay. I've met plenty that
Yeah.
are straight.
So most of
know,
the ones
like,
I've ever
it's-
met were straight because they say they call them we're a drag artist,
Yes,
not it's okay. So it's a character like again like
exactly. Like that is, especially with drag queens who are transgender, they have that distinction of
'cause one-
I have my drag
I know it's-
persona who happens to be a woman, and I have my transgender
Cause I know one person
like name and
I know
identity.
it's probably the wrong way of doing it, but the best way someone described it to me once when I was younger was a drag queen's like a clown.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah.
Because each clown has their own specific makeup and thing.
Yeah.
'Cause the egg thing in the Clown Hall of Fame in
Yeah.
Las Vegas. And then each drag queen's similar thing, like we have our own specific dress style, makeup style we use.
Yeah, your own
performance.
genre, your own like some drag queens
Yeah.
are Dolly Parton impersonators. Some go for like a very pop punk kind of a style. And
Yeah, which is different from a female impersonator because
female impersonators they're kind of like that awkward ground where they're doing drag but in a more realistic sense.
because
Like it's
because the context of that one was like someone asked me was like, is Mrs. Brown Boys a drag queen or not? It's like no, she's a female.
he's a female impersonator.
Because he impersonated.
Oh, sorry, he is a female impersonator, but yes.
Because he impersonates a woman
Dad
as
O'Brien, not Dad O'Brien, fucking
I can't remember his
Brendan O'Carroll. Brendan
Yeah.
O'Carroll isn't transgender, but
Yeah, it was-
he's
it's
a
a-
female impersonator.
Yeah, same as like oh fucking man, what's his name? Lee Savage.
Paul O'Grady.
Paul Grady, yeah.
Yes.
Lee Savage was a drag performance.
Yes, that was a
Not a-
drag act.
Because we're very hyperalized auto and RuPaul was mainly a female impersonator, not a drag
Yes.
artist.
RuPaul kind of flipped.
He did he did female impersonation.
Yeah, he does female
Which I must admit
impersonation.
though,
He also does a lot of drag
when he
work.
does it, it's like when he dresses as a man, it's like, yep, that's definitely a man.
Yes, you
No
can,
doubt about
you can
it.
tell with RuPaul, like whatever he's presenting as, you can tell what he's presenting as, and
And when he does the woman's side, like, shit, is that him? Fuck.
yeah, it's why for me, like as a bisexual man, it's very fun either way, because it's like, oh, RuPaul is a man, hello.
Yeah.
RuPaul is a female, hello.
Even with the
RuPaul's a drag queen, hello.
even like the Mr. Brown Boys, again when he's not in his like persona as Mr.
Yeah.
Brown, he's
When,
like, yep,
when
clearly.
Brendan O'Carroll is just Brendan O'Carroll, me personally, not very fuckable man. When Brendan O'Carroll's in his Mrs. Brown's Boys persona, not a very fuckable woman either.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I can look at both versions of Brendan O'Carroll and kind of do the back math to what they might have looked like around my age and go, yeah, I'd fuck that, yeah.
Yeah, same with Mr. Brown Boys, like one of those very convincing of like, yep, that's how like a typical Irish grandmother would be.
Yes. It's quite impressive what Brendan O'Carroll does. Like, the show itself, especially in the writing department, not that fucking impressive.
Mm.
Like a lot of the jokes are a bit shit, quite frankly. But Brendan O'Carroll's performance as the character, quite impressive. Quite impressive.
You're off to live for your microbladder again.
Yes, I am. Yes. I will be 2 moments. I'll be right back. Ugh. Don't bother with the music, just talk shite. What you entertain the people.
Shite. And she shite. Shite. Double shite. Theron, villains, and shite. Oh, Sophie. It's also because my wee cousin wouldn't want to be trans. He is proud, but he wishes he was born in the right body, so to hear it undermined. Yes, I fully agree with that statement. But when Vegas is back, he probably read out better than I did. He's coming.
I had a thought while I was peeing, by the way.
What's that?
I have a little side tangent on what I have quickly. Right, just because it relates to the transgender topic, right? So you know all the controversy going around that's been going around for a couple of years now about the transgender story times, right?
Drag queen story time, you mean?
Not just the drag queens, but the transgender ones as well, where you've got transgender people going to like schools and libraries to do story times with kids.
No, I wouldn't have heard the drag queen one. I haven't heard the trans one.
There's transgender ones been going around for a while now. Personally, I fucking love them. I think they're great ideas, right? But there's been a lot of rhetoric going around, right, for a couple of years, namely from the right. And it's basically saying that it's disgusting, it's terrible. These transgenders are coming to groom our children. They're dangerous to our kids, right? It's a thing I've heard, right? Now, what I'm about to say is mainly applies to the Americans involved in this fucking matter.
Yes.
Right? Hear me out on a concept here, right? Who's more dangerous to a child, right? A man wearing a fucking dress, or a guy who rocks up to a library wielding a fucking Kalashnikov? Who's more likely to injure a child purposefully or accidentally? Riddle me that one. Who's probably the bigger threat in that scenario? The man wearing a fucking dress or the man wielding a Kalashnikov? Who would you be more fucking scared of?
Yeah, I know. I can get your point.
I'd be more scared of the guy with a fucking Kalashnikov, and I'm a grown-ass adult. If I was 7, I'd be way more fucking scared of the guy with the Kalashnikov, because I wouldn't be physically capable of fighting the guy with the Kalashnikov.
What gets me the most, I think it's probably a cultural thing, is because over here we have Panto
Yes.
as a main like entertainment style where
Yeah, when you take kids to fucking pantos, that's normal.
which like I say there's a lot of like drag artists and that take
A lot
part
of
in
drag,
Panto.
lot of, like, you know, I mean, it's
big
theatre, so there's a
corp-
lot of trans people in there, you know.
It's
like,
a big core of Panto is like men dressed up as women, women dressed up as men.
Yes.
You know, it's one of the big
It's part of the bit, you know, like.
yeah. So the idea of like drag queen going and reading a story to kids doesn't faze us that much about it.
Yeah, no, I fucking love them. Like, not just that, but who the fuck is Big Jim?
I have no idea.
Who the fuck is Big Jim? Like, what?
Also, the message before that didn't go.
What's that?
Yeah.
So because oh fuck, hang on. So I missed that message. Let me have a read here. It's also because my wee cousin wouldn't want to be trans. He is proud, but he wishes he was born in the right body, so it's if you could hear it. Right, here we go. We trusted men dressed in male clothes and got messed over. Let the men dressed in colourful clothes give it a go. Okay, but seriously, who the fuck is Big Jim?
Hang on, let's see if we can.
I say, see if you can fucking Google Big Jim. Who the fuck is Big Jim?
The final line of action figures in the 70s.
Oh, that Big Jim. Right. No, fuck it. She's giving us the context, mate.
Have she?
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy Savile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, we don't really have enough time to really unpack
Yeah, we're not getting that one.
A, who Jimmy Savile is, B, what exactly you're putting down. We don't have time to pick that up. And we also don't really have time for us to go into the conversation of why I disagree of whether or not bringing Jimmy Savile up right now was appropriate or not. We don't really have the time, and I also don't have enough beer to cover that entire conversation. So we're going to pretend...
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, the guy who didn't fix it. Yeah, we know he didn't fix it. He fucked it. We know the jokes.
Yeah, Jimmy Savile's like a long...
Yeah. Like, it's... I know, I'm all for dark humor, but like, come on, living memory, people. Like,
What's worse is like
like Sophie, both you and me were alive while he was still fucking diddling kids. Like, come on, give it a couple years.
I mean, Christ, I grew up with Jimmy Savile as a main staple in my TVs.
Yeah.
It's literally my era of.
I
childhood.
remember seeing Jimmy Savile on TV as a fucking kid. Like, that's still living memory, Sophie. Fucking, if we can't make fun of 9/11 yet, you know, fucking, maybe we can't even make fun of Jimmy Savile yet, you know, fucking.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Living memory for a lot of cunts still. Fuck, it's a little too fucking close to the knuckle still.
I mean, Jimmy Savile was one of the things that collectively we want to forget because it's one of those things that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that for another day.
It's one of the things where we're like, I don't think we should forget it. Kind of like 9/11. I don't think we should forget it because
wish
we
we
could
could.
never fucking let that happen again, ever.
Yeah.
Or ever let the people who were involved forget that they fucked that up.
Yeah,
But also, it's a little early to make fun of it.
it's one of those
Like-
cases where there's a lot of parents that again trusted because
Yeah.
trust him. He's helped lots of kids and like, oh yeah, being with my child. It's like, shit.
Yeah, he's a children's entertainer. Why wouldn't I be able to trust him to spend time around children? And it's like, this is why. That's why you shouldn't have trusted that guy. Granted, you had no way of knowing he wasn't trustworthy, but
Hindsight's 20/20, but
Yeah.
still. But anyway,
at the same time, there were some fucking warning signs, to be fair, and we all kind of missed them.
yeah.
Like, to be fair, my mother always said the same thing about Jimmy Savile. My mum always did say there was something about the guy, but let's escape the conversation of Jimmy Savile.
We'll do that one. We'll do.
We'll probably do an entire special on Jimmy Savile at some
Yeah,
point,
'cause
because
they-
honestly, it's a really fascinating case.
It is, and there's a lot of
Really
information out there I can
interesting
dig up and put together a proper, actual like essay on it because
Yes.
it was a fascinating case to me when it came out.
I still do find the Jimmy Savile case really fascinating in a kind of a morbid way, but also like a nostalgic way of.
Yeah,
It's like I'm kind of unlike you, where like you were kind of like cognizant and aware when Jimmy Savile was famous.
yes,
I'm at like an awkward age where I remember the tail end of Jimmy Savile's career, and then Jimmy Savile disappeared for like 10 years. And then Jimmy Savile died, and then Jimmy Savile was added as a paedophile in the space of a week. Like, I'm at that awkward stage where I remember him being on the TV for a couple of years when I was a kid, and then he just kind of escapes my conscious memory because he kind of left the limelight for a long time. Like I was alive when that Louis Theroux documentary happened,
yes.
you know, which still horrifies me to know when I watched that documentary back that I was alive when that shit aired, because that does not look like it aired in my lifetime. You know, like, it's kind of like that kind of
Like I say, I remember.
weird thing of like I was in this country when he was alive, doing his thing and still kind of famous enough to get away with it,
Like I say,
and that's weird as fuck to me.
Is it when I was? I remember being on BBC. And that's like the tracksuit thing. Like people say, "Oh, that's every thing." Going back to when he was like, it was a trademark thing when he became famous. Was tracksuits were the big
Yeah,
thing in the early '90s.
that's what it's like, especially like when like you like deep dive into Jimmy Savile's like lore from like before he got like really famous. It's like a fun callback reference to earlier in his career.
Yes.
Because like for anyone who doesn't know, Jimmy Savile spent a large number of years as a professional wrestler.
Yes.
Like WWE style professional wrestling. Not with the WWE, it was with a lot of like smaller like
It was
British
mainly the
companies,
British side of it. He
Yeah.
mostly did. Again, like I say, we'll get into we do a deep dive now. We'll probably take about a month to get all the information together for that one.
Oh, easily. I mean, to be fair, I could do an entire special right now on Jimmy Savile because most of that shit's tattooed into my brain. But
Yeah, we get like videos and context,
yeah,
articles.
getting the sources available to back
Yeah.
up our statements would take a good month or two.
Yeah, because I will get around to that because I think that's
It is a really fun's not the correct word, but a very
interesting case.
interesting. Yes.
Because like, the other ones like the Epstein Weinstein one I want to look into as well.
Yes.
That's a similar case of a guy who's classified as very altruistic. You know, matched an entire paedophile island and no one fucking knew about it until.
Yeah, like I mean, Epstein again, like is for me in a similar boat to Jimmy Savile. Of I'm old enough to remember the tail end of his career.
Yes.
And like still know him well enough fame wise to feel that sting when it came out of he's a fucking paedophile, and like that shock of fucking that guy. fuck, you know, like
Yeah, it's
I shouldn't be old enough to know that or have felt that, but I am at the same time because like I grew up watching a lot of older media for one, but also like even like when I was a teenager, a couple of years before he was outed, he was involved in a lot of projects I was very fond of, TV wise, like
yeah.
like he was loosely involved with Project Runway for a couple of years because I think his nephew, if I remember rightly, was an executive producer, or his son. One of the Epstein.
It was his nephew. His nephew was executive producer on it. He's also involved in like the American Sesame Street. Mm-hmm. He was involved in a lot of kids charities. He was involved in as a director and that type of stuff.
Yeah, like a lot of like especially like media projects that I was quite fond of. Like both growing up and as a teenager, were like I really felt that sting of fucking that guy.
He was also involved in a lot of, like what we call like the child protection laws.
Yes.
He funded a lot of the governors and like the congressmen.
He was a massive like advocate for like children's rights and child protection law, and
it's one of those things. Again, it's one of those fascinating cases. I think deserves its own
dedicated deep dive because there's a lot to
cover.
cover.
A lot of people do both Jimmy Savile and thing cover the endpoint where he killed as a paedophile, and forget like to look at the career as a whole, like what they did and how he got
away with it for so long, and
because like see
a lot of the like more obscure, interesting shit he got up to that's like not relevant to the case, but also kind of interesting.
Even with Jimmy Savile, people this day say, I still can't believe was put out as a nun's.
Yeah,
you know, because
whereas like most people in my family have I even remember like when I was a kid, long before he came out, I remember members of my family being like, see that fucking Jimmy Savile guy?
Yeah.
Something no fucking right about him. Don't know what, but there's something no fucking right.
Again, my dad was the same way because he has weird radar for like picking up like.
My mum's the exact same.
Like evil radar.
My mum's the kind of person where like the second she meets you, she can tell if you're alright or no.
Yeah.
To the extent where like I still trust my mum's opinion on people a lot. Like if my mum meets you for the first time and says, "I don't know about him," we're done. Game over. Game the fuck over. No happening.
Yeah.
If my mum meets you and gets a bad fucking vibe, that game over. That's that fucking friendship done.
I'll pass the vibe test then.
You did pass the vibe test. You know, like like every single time my mum's met one of my friends, you know, and has said like, "Oh, I don't know about him," and I've gone, "Nah, you're being silly. He's chill."
Yeah.
Every single fucking time I've been made out to be a cunt because they've been a fucking prick. Every single time.
Again, the two times like the layers of shit. It's like even like people like knew close to like work with them, like he's not right. Don't do this, but yet it's like, oh, don't worry. He's, you know, it's a kind of like the parasocial aspect, like we have like with online stuff. It's like, oh, I know we all know we've been in our living rooms all for the best part of 20 years. You know, just like you don't know somebody. It's
you don't know the guy. You know the persona they're putting out to you.
Yeah.
You know, it would be like watching the John Wick movies and saying, "Oh, I know Keanu Reeves."
Yes.
No, you know John Wick. You don't know Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
You know a character he's played.
Anyway, we'll finish off with this, then we'll think pretty much straight to the mark anyway.
And so that is a fetish. That is actually sexual deviancy. So to even introduce this idea to children, certainly in a public setting, is child abuse. You're teaching a child about a sexual fetish. Okay, now that is actually the core of it.
Right.
And as
you know what?
I knew he was dumb, but I didn't think he was that dumb.
I'm gonna say one last thing, okay? I'm gonna make one final argument, and then I'm going to shut up. Okay? I'm gonna say one thing, then I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Okay? If we want to sit here / stand here, right? We'll make the argument, right, that transgender is a fetish, right? And exposing children to that, and you know, like like allowing children who are transgender to be transgender, right? That's child abuse, right? Because that's a fetish. How fucking dare you, right? If we're gonna make that argument, right, and we're going to accept that argument as a valid criticism, right, I wish to retort with a single fucking idea, right? By the very same logic, child beauty pageants is child abuse because they heavily sexualize children. Therefore, they should also be banned, and anyone who judges and attends should be shot with a .50 caliber rifle.
I homestead.
Oh, but suddenly I'm the fucking villain because no, that's just little girls expressing themselves.
No. I would agree with you. I fucking hate. There's not enough words.
Anyone with a fucking brain cell hates the concept of child beauty pageants.
Yeah.
Even if they don't know what they are, on the sheer name alone, if you have a brain cell, you should have a fucking problem with it.
Because if you look into it, probably I did once look into like the child beauty pageant.
Oh yeah, no,
thing.
I've been down that fucking rabbit hole, and
'Cause there's,
all I'm saying, there's a lot more pedophiles working as judges there than there ever has been at the fucking C.
Because I know there's two of the biggest ones in America. I think the Californian and the New York one particularly.
The New York
Right.
one is where a lot of the pedophiles have been caught.
Both have a child swimsuit
Yes,
section
they do.
as part of the beauty pageant.
Yes, they do.
Now remember correctly, the swimsuit section of any beauty pageant is how good the woman looks in the bikini.
Yes,
You know.
correct.
Shit, I just dropped that.
And I'll be honest, that's how child beauty pageants are graded. Every fucking category is, how does this child look in this attire?
Yeah.
Do they look pretty or do they not look pretty? You know, and look, I'm sorry, but if you're looking at kids and you're judging their looks, that makes you a fucking pedophile. I'm sorry, but it does.
Not to mention the
Like, unless you're looking at a kid who's dressed like shit and going, well, you're dressed like shit, little buddy. Unless that's the furthest extent you're willing to go with that, you're a fucking pedophile, unless it's your own fucking kid.
I mean, it's one of those.
The only cunt that should be calling your kid fucking beautiful is yourself.
The torture the kids go through as well from the parents.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of like, you see how many times they're like, oh no, you gotta go to the tanning salon now. It's like, why are you taking your 5-year-old to a tanning salon?
Yeah, why are you exposing your child to artificial UV rays that have been scientifically proven to cause skin cancer, you fucking prick?
Then the diet pills and everything else.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, if that isn't child abuse, I don't know what the fuck is. All I'm saying is, if you gave your fucking kid diet pills without medical fucking advice in this country, and, you know, I was a youth worker at that fucking youth club and that kid mentioned that, your ass would be in front of a CPS officer so fucking fast you wouldn't have time to say the word lawyer.
There was also one mother, I remember correctly, because it was I think it was Channel 4, or a documentary series, like the Dance Mom shit.
Yeah.
There's the one where they got a makeup tattoo to a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Remember correctly. That would not fly over here in any way, shape,
I'll be
or
honest,
form.
that didn't fly there either. That mother was arrested for child abuse, and frankly, that's the only good thing that's ever come from a fucking child beauty pageant, was that fucking psycho of a parent going to fucking prison.
Was pointed out, I mean, the vast majority of transgenderism is male to female. So, either way,
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
you should not be
Don't fucking
teaching
say it.
children this. And I'll
Thank you for not
obviously
saying
address some of the basics most people probably know.
You
When
implied
someone
it,
wants
you
to
didn't say it, and
detransition,
I
but they
fucking-
find
I
out that
thank
these
you for
chemicals that
much.
they've taken, all of the medicine that they've gone, God forbid, surgery that they've undergone, it's irreversible, and oftentimes they want to commit suicide.
Okay, no, you know what?
They feel-
I'm going back on my word, right? I'm saying one more thing, right? Hear me out, right? I'm not a scientist, right? I'm not a doctor, not a surgeon,
Yeah.
right? I have the loosest grasp on biology fucking humanly possible, right? Hear me out, right? We say that the transgender surgeries are irreversible, right? Can't undo that shit, right?
To an extent, yes.
Okay, hear me out, right? If I can take a biological female, right, and do surgery on them, make him a man, right, give him a dick, right, and I can take a biological man, cut his dick off, give him a fanny,
Yes.
right, give him a vagina. Why would it be in any way impossible for me to take a biological male, cut his dick off, give him a vagina, and then do the same surgery I'd do to a biological woman to give her a dick, to give his dick back? Granted, his testicles probably wouldn't work when I was done, granted. But I could give him his dick back. To all intents and purposes, he would be male again, would he not? By the very logic of men have dicks, women's have fucking vaginas.
Yes.
By that core logic the right seem to grasp at so desperately.
Right, you.
In what world is it irreversible? Or am I missing some key fucking detail that makes me look stupid?
You are and you're not at the same time. It is, for most part, a lot of the surgery that's done for transitioning is with like the breast augmentation, that type of stuff. I'm going for the male to female one because it's one weird for me to describe.
Yes.
Right, and like the problem with like the bone shaving on the face and that type of stuff isn't, but
As I may not be able to fix the face bit, right?
we can.
But by the sheer
Right,
gender definition of men have dicks.
Yes, right.
If I can turn a fanny into a dick and a dick into a fanny, why can't I turn a fake fanny into a fucking dick again?
Right, because
What's preventing that Control Z to make this impossible?
most of the damage to the nerve endings, really, it's
Okay, he's gonna have a slightly fucking ineffective dick. It's still a dick.
right.
No one said a man only counts as a man if his dick works correctly, did they?
Right, let me think. Right, the way the surgeon, particularly in England, where the reassignment surgery works, is they don't technically cut the dick off.
Right?
They technically cut it in half-ish, turn it inside out,
Yeah.
insert that into the cavity that all men have,
Yeah.
and that becomes then the vaginal walls and everything because of the sensitivity and that time of the blood
Okay,
flow.
so why can't I just fucking flip it back the right way out?
Because when they do that, they cut a lot of the nerve endings out that are used for erections. Is
Okay.
removed. But there is a surgery. I hate the fucking name of it.
See, but before you get to that surgery, right? I would make the argument then, right? If I yes, those nerve endings are damaged, right? If I put the dick back together, nerve endings are damaged, right?
Yeah.
Man can't get a hard on, right? By that exact logic, any man who suffers erectile dysfunction is not biologically a male. Under the same logic of the argument, that's the argument.
I'm
we're
just giving you the
making here.
medical thing here. I'm not making the argument of anything.
No, I know you're not. I'm saying he's making this argument. Like I'm.
Yeah. Now the surgery I'm on about for the thing because it's times where the member's been cut off and been attached. It's called balloon insertion surgery,
Yeah.
where essentially like in the penis there are two like large blood sacs which are used to inflate to create the erection. Those are replaced with like a balloon type thing, which then tube attached to like a valve or essentially a squeaky toy in the groin area, which then you press in to cause the erection.
Okay.
That's how it's done for female to male surgery, which is a much more complicated surgery. The problem with reversing female to male,
Male to female.
female to male, so woman become a man,
Turning a dick back into a vagina.
is they remove a lot of the tissue of the vaginal cavity, anything out, removed all that out. So their surgery to resign their surgery is more impossible because a lot of the tissue needed for that doesn't exist anymore anyway.
I continue to disagree. Like, if I can turn a dick inside out, I can turn an artificial dick inside out. Like if we're just going off of the base point of the argument that the right seem to grasp on,
Yeah, it's
of a man has a dick, a woman has a vagina, whether it works correctly or not is fucking irrelevant.
yeah, it's one of those things.
So it's not irreversible.
It's not reversible. It's just very. It's
We just can't put it back fully correct, but we can fucking put it back good enough to count.
surgically speaking and recovery speaking.
Like, yeah, you're not having kids again, but you still got a dick.
Well, no, the womb's not removed. It's just the uterus.
No, I mean, for like, fucking for the...
Yeah, the uterus stays where it's at. It's the vaginal walls and all that stuff get removed.
Still.
It's not the thing. It's the hardest part. Surgically speaking and recovery time speaking, detransition surgery, it's much more complicated and intensive to A, reverse, and B, to recover from.
I don't know.
As a
I feel
standpoint.
if we just do the same thing again, job done. Like, I feel like if I cut your dick off, and like turn it inside out and make you a vagina, and then do the same surgery I did to a natural vagina to your new fucking high-fangled fucking high-tech vagina, the same principle should apply from A back to B. There might be some key steps we get to skip because of some shit missing. But the general premise should still apply of pull it back out and stitch it back together, da-da, we have a dick.
I know what you mean fundamentally what you're thinking of, but surgically and medically, no, it doesn't work.
Like, yeah, like by my methods, that dick ain't gonna technically work properly, right?
Your view,
Like you ain't spunking again, right? You ain't gonna get a hard on ever again naturally, right? Without some fucking hand-based assistance, right? But again, by the same logic, that means that anyone with erectile dysfunction doesn't count as a biological man. Like,
well, speaking of like erectile dysfunction,
therefore, I'm the most correct. It just says you're missing key info to me from my previous statement of maybe I'm missing key info that just makes me stupid, but which I'm learning. Yeah, basically. But also, I still don't think I'm wrong. I feel like I'm misinformed, yet still somehow correct. I feel like I've done my math ass backwards and upside down and still arrived at the correct answer.
you did the medical equivalent of 2 + 2.
Yes.
Instead of doing the actual algebra equation needed for essentially rocket science to do it. You're missing that whole section there.
Fuck it.
You've got the very...
Hey, even in rocket science, 2 + 2 still makes fucking 4.
You've got the very basic, like
2 thrusters plus 2 thrusters in a rocket still equals 4 fucking thrusters. Done it, dickhead. Like, either way, 2 + 2 is gonna make 4.
Yeah, you got a very simplistic model of it. And that which... You're not 100% wrong on it either, it's just...
Yeah, that's a recurring theme of this show. If I say something vaguely stupid, and Fatman T loses the will to live. And in response, Fatman T makes me watch videos like this. And I lose faith in humanity and my will to live at the same time. You know, it's not what you would call a fair trade, or even much of a loving and caring relationship, realistically. But it's what we have and we're happy with it.
Yeah.
It's,
It's weird.
you know, do I love Fatman T? Absolutely not. But I tolerate him. You know, it's
always weird toxic relationships, isn't it?
it's a very toxic relationship in the best way possible, because it makes wonderful content. Truly, the high quality content comes from this toxic relationship. You know, honestly, at this point, all we need to do now is adopt a baby, and we really will be some rednecks. We really would be a wonderful sitcom if we adopted a baby.
Rednecks in a freaking pickup truck.
You know, I mean, you already drive a Ford Mondeo, so fucking, we're halfway there. You know, if I take an angle grinder to your Ford Mondeo, I can make it look like a fucking pickup truck.
I've seen that done, actually. It's not a bad modification.
Yeah, like, you say it's not bad, it's atrocious, it's horrid, but it's not a difficult modification, and it works. Like,
We're about a minute and a half left of this guy, so
oh,
just
fucking
grin him,
great.
just bite the table and grin and bear it.
But there is no way out. And actually, the suicide data is overwhelming and has been basically buried. So, one of the other points I want to make, kind of in
I
the,
want to point here, the suicide data has not been buried.
I was
It's
gonna
quite-
touch it.
It's quite well out there, the amount of what the data is in the suicide rate. 'Cause I brought up the suicide rate myself several times
Yes.
on this show, over what it actually is, and I've shown it what it was.
Yes, in the occasional episodes where we do talk about mental health, it's
Yeah.
all the episodes
closing
where we
of the
have to
opener, I guess,
constantly throw the
is
Samaritans
that
link
a
into the
large
chat.
motivation for pushing this is not just political, it's actually financially driven, because there's an entire additional stream of revenue for doctors performing these surgeries and insurance companies that they originally
Insurance companies does not cover transition surgeries.
Yeah, you do not get even in the most left-leaning states, you do not get fucking trans-affirming care on fucking insurance. You gotta pay for that shit out of pocket unless you got a really, really good doctor.
And again, a lot of them, especially for the young transition surgeries, are done via charity.
Covered, yeah.
They're done, a lot of them done via charity and that type of stuff. I've never known any insurance company who would do, unless you've gone through.
Not
these-
the surgery, no. Like the the medicine for it, maybe, but not the surgery.
No, there's some do, but you have to go through it. I think it's the 5-year program where I think it's 2 years dressed as a woman, 2 years therapy.
The problem with that program, though, is it's like it completely ignores the fact that by the time most people get to that stage of looking for the insurance to cover the surgery, they've already done that program and they're now being asked to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. It's mainly because I'm trying my absolute hardest to not have to do this. And I'm failing miserably because I'm still having to do this. But, Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some left.
In fairness, we did spend the first hour talking about Trump, so
Yeah, which you missed.
you know.
We missed that, Sophie. The world's burning and Trump's
Yeah.
lost his mind.
We're heading towards another world war. It's great. It's,
They did not have, and so they turned their head to anything. They open up any study that would allow for them to be able to introduce this new additional revenue. So not only are we abusing children, we're doing so that certain companies and doctors can line their pockets for these surgeries. So I will just bluntly say I think it is completely unacceptable across the board. It is literally child abuse. I think that any adult that sexualizes
by
children
your
or
same
tries to
logic,
convince them they
fucking
can do-
organ transplants on children who desperately need a new fucking liver is child abuse because it costs money to buy a liver. That's in relation to Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, let's just say the past 36 hours with Trump's been a roller coaster.
Yeah, it has.
this, much less gives them any of this medicine or chemicals or anything like that, even the psychological or emotional transition, should be a crime. You should not be allowed to do that to children. They are innocent, and you are warping their mind and putting them in a position
allowed
that
to dress as a
will allow
different
them to
gender
be, or
because
cause them to be much more
it's a
prone to
crime
suicidal
to ignore the
thoughts.
social
So
barriers
that is my
we've
take.
forced
I
upon
have
the
a pretty
world.
hard stance
Yeah,
on it. I'm
okay.
an absolutist.
Okay.
You should not be allowing
Okay.
children to transition.
We just can't notice our own irony. Okay. All right. Yeah. Fucking.
There you go. That was the opening
We're
statement.
so far right we can't even see the irony in our own fucking ideas and beliefs. Okay. All right, Bucky.
Yeah.
It's child abuse to force your rhetoric onto children. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna force my rhetoric onto children. Allowing your a child, right? Like allowing your boy, right? Your son, to wear a skirt, right? That's child abuse, right?
Let's go Scotland.
But you know what's not child abuse, right? Making your son wear pants. Because pants are for boys. And skirts, they're for girls. And this is the case because we decided so about 4,000 years ago.
Yeah. That's all-
When we invented the social construct of gender as a concept outside of the biological difference.
I'm not gonna go for the back and forth because it gets worse. His rhetoric, but
I'm more than fucking capable of believing that it gets very worse.
yeah.
If this is the opening, I can imagine.
Yeah, this is the opening statement of their standpoint. Next point, I think it's like 60 minutes of back and forth,
Oh dear God.
which we're not going to cover.
Yeah, no thank you. No, I would rather shove shards of glass up my arsehole and bathe in Tabasco sauce, thank you.
Now I've seen the end of that video. It's going well.
It's still probably more fucking pleasurable than watching this debate will be. So,
Yeah, I won't end it there. And that
thank you.
because I say I don't think you'll survive the back and
Oh, I'll
forth.
survive. That microphone and that monitor probably won't though.
They're expensive, don't.
Because I'll probably punch that so hard it flies into that monitor.
Yeah, don't please. That.
Like, if this is the opening, I'm going to imagine in 40 minutes within 40 minutes, I would on pure instinct punch that microphone and send it into that fucking screen right there. Just clean speared through the fucking monitor.
His basic answer to everything she brings up as part of the debate is organophilia,
Awesome.
and that. But that's with it, and he seems to be getting more into the political sphere than he was in the Flat Earth now, because since Flat Earth got nuked by the final experiment.
Yeah, that's still funny. You're saying bye, like we're not gone yet. We're like, it's a toss up. We might go. We might just sit here and talk shit for 10 minutes. Who knows? We might sit here and talk for another hour and a half. Who knows?
Well, I was thinking since we went through that, funny video.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. No funny.
No, it's not one of those streams, buddy.
Yeah.
We've watched democracy die in a hail of applause, and this.
Yeah.
It's not a funny kind of a stream today. It's the world is trash and. Oh no, it's not your bad. I'm being a prick. I'm bullying you, Sophie. It's fine. So I frequently forget you're not used to the Vegas persona yet of I'm an arsehole on this show, and it's my solemn duty to bully everyone. It is. It is fine. So. Like, turning off airplane mode on your phone would help with that job.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me I had airplane mode turned on.
You know, like, it's fucking just... The world is burning, and... Like... I just wish, right? I sincerely wish we could just live in a world where we just didn't give a shit anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wish the rest of the world was more like me, of... You want to dress like a girl? Dress like a girl. Who gives a shit? Cause like, let's be fair. The entire idea of dressing like a girl is a complete social construct. The entire rules around what men can wear, what women can wear, is made up bullshit that has no fucking bearing whatsoever on biology. So, like, why do we give a shit? Why does anyone give a shit if a boy wants to wear a dress? Like,
That's like you paid?
it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense, you know? The right call us sexual deviants, yet they're the ones so obsessed with what we have in our fucking pants.
Yeah, it's...
I've never once been asked by a gay guy, while I've been cross-dressing, whether or not I have a dick. I've been asked by a lot of fucking straight white men, specifically, whether or not I have a dick when I've cross-dressed. Tell me which of these two sounds the most like the sexual deviant. The one who doesn't care, or the one that wants to know if I've got a dick or not? Which one would you suspect is most likely to be the sexual deviant? Because the one that's talking about genitalia would be the one I'd fucking put my money on.
You're not wrong.
Like...
What time? 22 at the moment. But yeah, that was the tail end of the BakeCon. Actually, I think it was one of the last ones I did on that one.
You can tell because like 90% of the audience is empty. Everyone's fucked off back to the hotel to get peshed.
And that was the second day of that one.
Oh, that explains it even more, yeah. It's the end of day 2, yeah, everyone went home to get peshed.
Yeah, there was like 2 other ones after that. For the end of it, that was like the last, like, I think it was like midday.
Yeah, literally the rest of the crowd was either in bed or already back at the hotel bar getting peshed.
Yeah, a lot of the BakeCon...
No one turns up to, like, the second half of day 2 to any event. Like, everyone's at the hotel getting drunk.
Like, there's a lot of stuff at the BakeCon. A lot of turnout between, like, something basically between Christianity versus secularism.
Mm-hmm.
As a human secularism, or secularism as a standpoint. Or Christianity versus Islam, as which one's better.
Both are horribly flawed in many ways.
Yes. There's one was questioning was Muhammad actually real or not.
About as real as Jesus Christ himself.
Yeah.
Which is technically, but not in the way described.
Yes. I mean,
Was there a cunt cutting around about that time that we have historical record of that matches the descriptors? Yes.
Yes.
Were they fucking magic? Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like
all I'm saying is we have the arrest and execution records for around the time Jesus was said to be crucified, and if you look at those records, there ain't no fucking mention of a cunt named Jesus getting crucified.
Yeah, there's a record of Jesus being born in Bethlehem
as a son of a carpenter.
a son of a carpenter whose father roughly had the name Joseph or Josiah,
Yes.
and a mother called, I think it was Mariana or something like that.
Yes, I believe it was Marian, if I remember rightly.
He father worked at carpenter, Jesus worked at, and you did take over his father's thing. He did have a wife called Mary,
Yes.
and that's about as far as we know on the historical records because nothing else fucking exists. Again, as people saying the Bible, no, the Bible's written in the 2nd century.
Centuries later.
Even the Jewish Bible was written in the fucking time of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Even if you go back to the old,
You look at any religious text that was not written at the same time as the cunts in it were alive.
well, technically the Mesopotamian and the Buddhist texts technically were.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you the Buddhist one because that was written by fucking Buddha himself, right?
Yeah.
The guy it's about fucking wrote it, so it's a little bit more credible than the other ones, but it's still probably hyperbolic.
Because what about people Muslim trying to pressure the West is they say, oh, you believe in Buddha as a god, like but it wasn't a god.
Yeah, but it was
A guy.
But it was technically a messiah with extra steps.
Wasn't a messiah. It was a guy who.
It was a guy who reached nirvana by just kind of ignoring that the world was shit for long enough that it
Yeah,
didn't
the
bother
whole
him
premise
anymore.
of Buddhism at the time was the ability to escape pain
Yeah.
and suffering, and he found the best way of doing that was basically A, own nothing, so you don't worry about being taken off you, and B, don't get involved in shit because then no one can hurt you.
I mean, yeah.
And then that was essentially his.
Like, man basically lived by the code of talk shit, get hit, and you know what? I respect that a little bit.
Essentially, that's how the
Like,
Buddhist.
that's what it boils down to: talk shit, get hit. Like that's
Even like the Shaolins, like case of, with one of the program, like we don't want to hurt you, but if you attack us, we will break your bones.
exactly like
We
the
won't-
Shaolin basically take the idea of talk shit, get hit, and take it to the extra extreme of, yeah, like if I talk shit, I'll get hit, and if you talk shit, you're also getting hit, and I'm the one who's gonna hit you. You know, like it's
I won't kill
it's
you.
just violent fucking Buddhism, and I love it. It's
I won't kill you, but
I'll fucking hurt you.
you wish you were dead by the time you be crippled.
You talk shit, you get hit, and I respect that.
You
That's
know?
a code that I live by in my day-to-day life. You talk shit, you get hit. It's a code we can all live by. Talk.
It's
shit,
amazing when you
get
think about it, like in the ancient times, how many like priests and monks back. Because you always think about in the fantasy trope of like, in your party you've got a priest who somehow got a big stick that beats the shit out of things just by
Yes.
beating with the stick. Right? It's always a trope like, oh, there's no attack power, but yet there's still a stick to beat people with.
Yes.
And I think back in the actual historical medieval periods and like the ancient periods of like priests and that type of stuff.
Yes.
Most priests and priestesses did learn to fight at a standpoint because they always went on pilgrimages.
I said, do you know another reason, like why? This is something I learned that's really fucking interesting. Mm-hmm. I believe it was after the Third Crusade, a lot of priests around that time, sort of like after the Third Crusade and like before and like right up to about the Sixth Crusade, were ex-crusaders who had
Yes.
served in the Third Crusade.
Cadfael, which was
So they were like trained warriors
yeah.
who went and did a holy war and went, yeah, maybe this whole killing business ain't what it's all about.
You ever seen the show?
And just went and joined the clergy.
You ever seen the show Cadfael?
No.
It's an old one. It's good if you can find it. Basically, it's a monk who is in a monastery in the town, and he basically solves like crimes in the medieval period.
Right.
Right now, in his backstory, because people would, because he's too knowledgeable to be a lifetime monk, and all that. So everyone's like, "How do you know how this man died?" And everything, and it revealed on I think it was like season 2, that he was a crusader.
Yeah, it was like a holy crusade.
He
or
went
went through
through-
crusades and that.
Went through 2 crusades, got sick of the violence,
Yes.
and went to the monastery to live out in a peaceful life.
Yes, 'cause it's one of the theories around what might have happened to the original Knights Templar.
Yeah,
Is believed that like after the Knights Templar were like disbanded and disowned by the Catholic Church due to heinous fucking war crimes, even by the time standards, they did some fuck shit. That most of them kind of went off and joined the clergy to try and repent for their sins as
Yes.
priests and.
because there's one key
clergyman.
deal he's dealing with a leprosy case, right?
I'm
And
gonna go fucking dispose of what's left of that because I'm no longer enjoying my John Smiths.
and he was dealing with a leprosy case at the time, like a killer who's a leper. And he mentioned like a historical fact which was quite interesting. He goes, "Oh, I knew a person during the Crusades who was leprosy," and he was referring to the king,
Yes.
first king of Jerusalem, who was famously a leper king.
If I remember right, is that King David?
Yes, I believe you are. The British very first king of Jerusalem
Oh fuck!
during the First Crusade. Well, took over Jerusalem for the Alshine Marine.
Yeah, that
invaded?
was. Fuck! I used to know this.
It was in the movie Kingdom.
Yeah,
Last Kingdom, which was a good movie as well.
yeah. Oh fuck.
I can't remember his name as well off the top of my head.
Neither can I. It's really annoying because I used to know this kind of history like the back of my hand, but it's been so long since I've
Yeah.
had to give a shit.
It's one of those little historical facts about the Crusade King era.
They kind of like it goes like
Under the radar.
unappreciated that, like there was a king of Jerusalem who was
Yeah.
just a leper.
Yeah, and he mentioned against us a word for the king who was a leper, which means that Cadfael through the very first Crusade.
Yes.
Because the show's not like You know it's medieval period, around the
Not only
Crusades.
did he like serve in the First Crusade, but he served in the First Crusade on Jerusalem's side.
Well, the king
He
was...
worked for the King of Jerusalem.
Yeah, because remember the king was a British prince who became king from our side,
Yes.
who took over Jerusalem and negotiated a peace treaty with
The Muslims.
the Muslims. I think it was the Urdu pay a tax if they wanted to pray at the Temple Mount
Yes.
at the time,
Which, fair.
which they accepted until the Templars came in and fucked shit up.
Yes. Which is kind of like the Templars were good at.
Because he died and the Templars went on a massive killing campaign, which started off the whole thing.
The First Crusade and the Second Crusade and the Third Crusade.
Well, no, technically it was the Second Crusade that started off all, because Al-Shamir al-Shavet came in, took out, reclaimed Jerusalem from the first, because the king died. The head Templar,
Presumably from his leprosy.
yes, he was only, I think it was 22 at the time.
Because I doubt the man just like had leprosy and happened to have a heart attack. You know, like it was probably the leprosy that got.
No, he definitely did take him out. He got to the stage where you no longer felt pain or anything else, so
Yeah,
very
shit
advanced
was
stage.
starting to fall off, and you know he was missing a fucking nose or something.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
So he died, and then the head Templar at the time basically done a power play trying to move, took all the Templars in the religious order, went out, attacked the Muslim camp. I think they called it a day's march
Sounds
from the
about
camp.
right.
Got his shit rocked, came crawling back to Jerusalem, and the Muslims came up saying, "Well, you started this. Come on."
We just, you know, you talk
Then-
shit, you got hit, pay up.
Then Lando Bloom, the character, I think it was Lando Bloom in the movie.
Yeah, I think Orlando Bloom's in it. Yeah.
He led the defense, and it's sort of a retreat of the Christian population out of Jerusalem.
Yes.
Came back to England, and then that sparked out the Second Crusade with, I believe it was Richard. He started the Second Crusade, or was he started the Third?
I think Richard was the third.
Yes, so it wouldn't be Richard, it would be the French one then.
Charlemagne?
No, Charlemagne was the fifth.
You're right, he was the fifth crusade.
Because Richard did the third, fourth.
Yeah, because it was Richard the Lionheart who was temporarily succeeded by John the Phony.
John the Bastard, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Which sparked Robin
so
Hood.
I know from the Disney Robin Hood, so it's John the Phony.
Yeah.
So succeeded by John the Phony briefly until Richard the Lionheart came back, smacked him for being a prick.
Started the whole thing with the
Almost started a
Magna
whole ass civil war over the matter, and then they came to an agreement of, yes, I was a dickhead, I'm sorry, brother.
Then Richard fucked back off again to the Crusades because he first
Yes.
did over there than he did over in England.
Yes, which, who can blame him?
Yeah,
you know,
sunshine.
better weather over there.
Actual sunlight.
Yes, you know, like you actually get, you know, good weather and
'Cause,
better
for-
looking women at the time too.
Because Ron Loxley was in the Second Crusade.
Yes, I think so.
No, Third Crusade. He was in.
Sounds
She's
good.
come back from the Third Crusade because Lionheart took over Jerusalem at the time. Then
Yes.
Lionheart got kicked out of Jerusalem when he came back to deal with John.
Yes.
Then went back for the Fourth Crusade.
Yes, that sounds about correct to me.
My history might be
That sounds correct enough for the sake of the argument.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
So yeah, it was one of the-
Exact numbers might be off, but fucking close enough, right?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Fuck it, it's tomorrow, it's good enough, right? Fucking...
I think the Crusades is probably something else we'll do a dive in because again it's a fascinating
It's
historical.
really interesting history, to be fair.
That's not, although it's dramatized a lot in movies, and that will make
A lot of that drama isn't technically wrong.
it's not wrong.
Like, a lot of it's really, like, upsettingly accurate. Even when
Yeah.
you do shit that's a bit outlandish, even for the time period, it's still... Like, you can kind of suspend your disbelief and go, yeah, that actually probably did happen, it just wasn't written down, though, to be fair, though.
Yeah, it's one of those time periods where there's a fair few movies over the Crusades and a lot of like literature and plays written over it. But again, it's one of those time periods again that's again not well treated in. Like I think it should be one
Like,
of those.
pop culture and, like education.
Yeah, I think because I think it's a big part of our history and it should be
Should be better, like...
educated. Yeah.
Like...
Because remember, I had the history of schools. Like we did the Romans, the Vikings, and then we spent a normal amount of time on fucking World War One, World War fucking Two.
Yeah, we did the Romans, the Celts, War of Independence, World War One, World War Two.
Yeah.
That was it. That was all of history for all 4 fucking years. I did history for at
Yeah.
high school.
And you miss out the Crusades, the Napoleonic Wars,
Yes.
the Spanish Wars, which
Which, for the record, all three wildly fucking interesting parts of history.
Yeah.
You even have to skip and ignore the golden age of piracy, which will forever be one of my favourite historical times.
it is, yes, one mine as
Because
well.
it's just a bunch of drunk dudes saying, you know what? See that king guy? Fucking prick.
No, it's even worse
We're
than
gonna
that.
steal this island over here, right? This island called Nassau, and we're gonna fucking start our own fucking country because fuck that guy.
It's even
And
worse.
we're gonna have a bunch of boats, and we're gonna be pissed, and it's gonna be fucking amazing. And then we're gonna kidnap a bunch of slaves, and we're gonna make them think they're free. Fuck it.
No, it's even worse than that with piracy because a lot of the pirates were hired by the crown for the French war at the time.
Yes. And
Then
then got really good at killing motherfuckers and went, fuck, we could do this
No, no.
professionally.
No, it gets worse.
actually."
It gets worse. They got very good at doing the job. Then the king says, "Well, the war's not over, right? So what are we going to do with us?" Well, we can't pay you, so just fuck off.
Yeah.
Yes,
So you started stealing their fucking pay and...
Yeah, it was
backwards
yourself.
and-
you owe us a year's salary. Yeah, but we kind of spent it on this curtain. You say, yeah, it's like Lebanese curtain. It's like,
Yeah.
yep. You know what?
The finest Lebanese silk, you know, like it's...
You know, then what the war would happen.
Lebanon makes silk? I don't think Lebanon makes silk,
It-
do they? I
Well,
think they do velvet.
Well, Lebanon where Tampa used to be, for Tampa Blue.
Yeah, I
One of the
guess they do velvet, don't they? Not silk.
No, I think they did cotton.
Was it cotton? I remember being velvet for Lebanon.
No, velvet's a more recent thing.
Is it? I remember velvet being like the... I want to say 16th century.
No,
Maybe
velvet.
like the 1500s where we figured out how velvet works.
Velvet's more like 1700s.
Huh.
Velvet.
I stand corrected.
But anyway,
I stand potentially corrected because we don't have time to fact check either
Yeah.
of us. So we're going to pretend that you're correct because I don't care enough.
but anyway, it's now 1 in the morning.
Yes.
I'm going to go to bed because I've got to be up in the morning. It was shit.
Yes. And also I need to pee again.
So
And
do
also
I.
need to sleep, So
So I want to say good night and good luck.
yes, it's been wonderful having you all with us again as per usual. So thank you very much for joining us. And we will catch you all on the next one, which will be tomorrow, where we will be talking about our favourite films, as we
well.
promised, and probably some other shit.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us once again, and we'll catch you all with my famous catchphrase.